Welcome to Dubai. We've reached the end of the season, and what a great season it's been.
Matt Fitzpatrick, victory at Valderrama.
Cyril Hatton, Rolex Series number 4. Morikawa is the Open champion.
Richard Bland is finally a winner. Dreams do come true.
40 events around the world, and now it all comes down to this.
Sergio Garcia, number 1.
Rory wins the race to Dubai. He wins the DP World Tour Championship. John Rahm from Spain. He's won the race to Dubai.
It's Lee Westwood who takes the tape in Dubai. Race to Dubai champion for the 3rd time.
2 trophies, 1 new Race to Dubai champion. Welcome to the DP World Tour Championship.
Welcome to the European Tour Betcast, live from day 3 of the DP World Tour Championship at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. My name is Kit Alexander. I'm alongside Warren Humphreys. A few little facts about the tournament there. It is the 40th and final event of the season, the 4th Rolex Series event as well. The race to Dubai and this prestigious title on the line. That man there in your screens, Billy Horschel. He's second in the race to Dubai. He's part of our feature group coverage today, playing alongside Antoine Rosner. And there are the in-play betting odds for who's going to have the low round. 11-8 on favourite there, Billy Horschel. What do you think, Warren?
Well, I would think on current form right now, yeah, Horschel would be, I think, over Rosner. But Rosner, very fine European Tour player.
Yeah, he does have a win earlier this season, Rosner. There he is, the Frenchman. Played well last week as well, but he has just been struggling with a little bit of a miss left off the tees. An absolute striper of a golf ball. Hits it a very long way. And there's a first look at Tyrrell Hatton as well. He and Will Zalatoris will be in our second featured group pairing today. They're off at 9:10 and 9:20 a.m. respectively. And this is a really interesting one, Warren. Hatton, more familiar with the course, but Will Zalatoris, a proven player in the big events.
Yeah, really good striker from tee to green, as you well know, Zalatoris. But I suspect that Hatton, a little bit better with the flat stick, and if Hatton can keep the double bogeys off his card, he's had a few of those this week, I think he will come through in this pairing.
That man there, Will Zalatoris, though, 25 years of age. He sprung onto the scene really in the last couple of years. 11th in the race to Dubai coming into this week, 32nd in the World Golf Ranking, and he was the 2021 PGA Tour Rookie of the Year, runner-up in the Masters earlier this year, of course, and so much for him boils down to how that club in his hand there performs, doesn't it?
Yeah, he likes a tough course, but that's at the other end of the leaderboard.
At the top, it's a 3-way tie halfway through this DP World Tour Championship. Shane Lowry, John Catlin and Sam Horsfield, the men to catch. And if you're wondering what that little gold star is next to Shane Lowry's name, well, that tells you he already has a Rolex Series event tucked away. Of course, another gold star on offer today. Rory Mcilroy lurking there, Warren.
Yeah, but no gold star against his name, or no gold star against Morikawa.
Every chance that could change this week. These guys in contention as well. Matt Fitzpatrick, defending champion this week, 5 under par. We had Thomas Peters in our Betcast coverage yesterday. He played fantastically well. Got himself back into the tournament with a bogey-free 66. Minwoo Lee, that gold star for the win at the Aberdeen Scottish Open earlier this year. Abraham Ancer, the Mexican in the field. Lucas Herbert, a winner in Bermuda on the PGA Tour just a few weeks ago. And what a story Marcus Armitage has been this year as well. One of the best characters on tour. Ian Poulter, Garrett Higgo, Richard Bland, the oldest first-time winner in European Tour history at the Belfry this season. Adrian Moronk, the first Pole to make it to the European Tour. And there we look at the players that we will be watching. Hatton, Zalatoris, Horschel and Rosner. That's where they start the day. A few players already out on the course. Guido Migliozzi with a birdie at the first. James Morrison a bogey at that opening hole. Not the weak Bernd Wiesberger would have been looking for. Hopefully better to come from him today, and he is 1 under par through a couple of holes. As we look at the first page of the leaderboard there again, Warren, if you're picking in our second match, Hatton and Zalatoris, Hatton is the favourite for the low round today, but I feel there might be a little bit of value in Will Zalatoris.
I think I've got to go against you there. I mean, there's nothing in it. Obviously, they're on exactly the same scores as each other day by day, but the way they've got them, I think Hatton has Zalatoris. As I said only before, if they can keep the double bogeys off the card.
So who's going to win the first 3 holes cumulative score of our opening group? Billy Horschel and Antoine Rosner. 11-8 on Horschel, the favourite.
Well, Rosner has played the first 3 holes cumulatively over the first couple of days at a couple over, and Horschel at 2 under.
So Horschel favourite for very good reason. That's a look at the earth course here from above. What is the key to scoring well around here?
Playing the par 5s well. You have to play the par 5s well, and key, I think, scoring on here as well. The par 3s, they are really tricky holes. You've got to do well obviously over the 4s, but if you can play the par 3s well and make the birdies on the 5s, you're not going to be too far away.
Yeah, there is a par 5 in those first 3 holes, the second, the easiest hole on the course. You would think that maybe plays into the hands of Rosner being the longer hitter of the two, but as your scores you mentioned for the first 3 holes for these two players over the first couple of days suggest, certainly Horschel, who's had the best of them in the first couple of rounds.
I don't even know what's normal.
Shaking hands now.
Back here, you know, it's amazing. In Florida, over the last 6 months, you wouldn't even know it existed. Yeah,
it was a big result for Rosner last week on the fire course here in the Aviv Dubai Championship. He hadn't had a top 10 since the win in Qatar earlier this year. Well, there you can see the easiest holes in round 1 and 2. Are those the holes you would expect, Warren?
Yeah, well, on the front 9, they're both the par 5, 2 and 7. Not surprisingly, they come up. Hardest holes, the 3rd. I think that's a little surprising. 9th, it's not surprising. Long par 4, 499 yards all the way uphill. And 16 rank second hardest. Well, it's a lot of water comes into play, and it's a tricky tee shot coming towards the end of the round, and always they have pretty evil pin locations. Pin location on 16 left. I think it's a bit easier today, but we'll see.
Must do my seat today.
It's a nice opening hole though. Plays downhill, plenty of bunkers in play, and you've got to keep off the bark. Looks fairly benign stuff, but underneath that bark is very soft sand, and that's where you do not want to go.
Well, let's get down to the first tee for Alistair Scott's announcement.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 5. On the tee from France, Antoine Rosner.
Three bunkers in play, the one to avoid right in the middle of the fairway. 330, big hit to get down there though.
Mention that
Rolex Series winner at the BMW PGA Championship on the tee from the USA.
Billy Horschel.
Mentioned Rosner's been fighting the miss left, but that was a lovely fade, that one. Billy Horschel, winner of the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth.
Well, you want to be down the left side a little bit today if you can. Pin is tucked close to the right hand bunker, third of the way up the green. Need to avoid the left hand bunker though, that's definitely in play. Just about ideal, stay short of the bunker. Very good. Both on the short grass, exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, that man Billy Horschel really enjoying his time playing on the European Tour, absolutely loves Wentworth. This is his first time in Dubai playing, first appearance at the DP World Tour Championship. He spoke earlier in the week about what it would mean to him if he were to top the Race to Dubai standing. Said it would be better than when he won the FedEx Cup back in 2014. He finished that year very strongly with 2 big wins, including the Tour Championship. He says he's been more pleased with his consistency this year, though.
Yeah, and I think it's good that some of these players like Horschel, Zalatoris come and play in other parts of the world. Get outside of the United States, then, you know, course conditions change, you get used to a different culture, and I think it improves players' overall play. And I think the benefits to them when they compete then on their main tour will be an advantage. You're just a more complete player.
Yeah, Will Zalatoris in our pictures there, deceptively tall. I always thought before I actually saw him and met him in person he was quite slight of stature, and he is a slender man, but he's well over 6 foot.
There are not too many small golfers these days. They breed them big, tall, strong, athletic, very fit. Not that I'm jealous at all.
Well, that's how you're built, surely, Warren.
Not quite as tall and as strong and athletic as these boys are now. They really work at it, both on and off the course.
Yeah, Zalatoris averages 311 yards off the tee, so he gives it a good old bash.
Yeah, this course is not all about bash, though. It does suit the long hitters, definitely. But you've got to have a good touch around the greens, and you've got to have good course management. If you get on the wrong side of some of these fairways coming into the holes, makes it very difficult to get close to the hole, and unless you get close to the hole, trying to hold putts on greens which are pretty slopey and slick, then it becomes a lot more difficult.
Born in San Francisco, Zalatoris, but resides in Texas these days, and he is the favourite to win holes 1 to 3. So interesting, Hatton the favourite to take the low round today, but Zalatoris favoured for the first 3 holes. Is there anything in how they've played them the first couple of days to give us some insights there, Warren?
Well, Zalatoris has been incredibly consistent, hasn't made a bogey over the front 9, just a couple of birdies. Birdied the 7th both days in a row, the par 5, but Hatton has had his troubles on the par 3-6. He's had a couple of double bogeys there, so he's played the front 9 in 1 over, and Zalatoris has, the first 3 holes in 1 over. Zalatoris has played the first 3 holes in a couple under.
So that explains why Zalatoris favoured for the first 3 holes, but Hatton the favourite over the entirety of the round, as we have a look at a couple of pretty good tee shots from Horschel and Rosner.
126, 127 yards in for...
You landed 22.
Okay. 22's playing 18?
Correct. Get an 18 shot straight at it, my friend, please.
He's trying to carry it 118 yards to a flag close to the bunker on the right. So this is just a comfortable little soft gap wedge.
9-4 on to make the par from here, but with a wedge in hand, 7-4 for birdie or better. Might be interesting.
Got to play a decent wedge shot in here to get it close. Okay, got a lot of spin there. Pitching onto a bit of a downslope. It is, or has been, very hot, so they are trying to keep the grasses cool out there by a little bit of water.
It's 9-5. Rosner makes birdie here. Slightly trickier angle, but as we saw, receptive green, so should be able to get a bit of stop on this one.
Yeah, a bit of protection in that one.
So Horschel looking the more likely to open his day with a birdie here at the first. Safe enough shot from Antoine Rosner, but the reaction told you he'd pulled it a little bit, and that was the case. 5 birdies and an eagle in Shane Lowry's 65 yesterday. That's why he's in that tie for the lead at 10 under par. Sam Horsfield's had 5 birdies in a row from the 6th on the way to a 66.
Now, we did say at the start of the week, I don't know about you, I think I said 18 under was the winning total, maybe.
Yeah, you said you'd take 18. I thought perhaps they could edge towards 20.
Well, if you double the first 2 rounds, that would be 20, but I think things might get a little harder at the weekend. So maybe 18, but there's, you know, you're looking somewhere between 18 and 20 under.
Yeah, at this stage I tend to err more towards the 18 that you said earlier in the week. Yeah, it's not often that you kind of double the halfway score. It tends to be a little bit under double what the halfway score is, the ultimate winning total.
Yeah, you never know if someone's going to come out the blocks and shoot a really good score. I'd like to see Tommy Fleetwood get back into the thick of things. 2-time Rolex winner, but at a couple under, he has to go low twice over the weekend.
That's it for all of these players now, including the quartet in our featured groups. They really need something very, very special indeed over the weekend if they're to get themselves well in contention of just forcing their way into the top 10, never mind even a tilt at the title.
But we are a lucky omen, because on this Betcast, whenever we've had groups come through, they have done very well. Thomas Peters yesterday with a 66, Garcia on the first day, and Keimer both got off to flyers.
I like your thinking.
Yeah.
Rosner, his birdie on the first hole.
A little bit quicker this than 12 on the stimp meter coming down the slope. Go on, break.
So we're seeing that quite a lot. That started to break in towards the hole, and as the pace came off it, it just straightened and even went the other way a little bit, and that can often be due to the grain here on the earth course. You do have to factor that into your putts. So that's the view back towards that first tee as our second featured group are preparing to get their third round underway. So let's pass you down to Alistair Scott to do the honours.
All right, then, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 6. On the tee from the USA, Will Zalatoris.
Very interested to see this man in action today. And of course, playing alongside Cyril Hatton, guaranteed drama. It's a 3-wood for Zalatoris off the first.
The Rolex Series winner at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
What are we going to get from this fella today? Something explosive. Not only in the score, maybe. It's always exciting player to watch, this fella.
Looks like a good opening tee shot. That one's pretty straight from the Englishman. Well, we were talking on the way in this morning, Warren, that you're always going to get entertainment from Tyrrell Hatton, because he's certainly got it within him to shoot some very low numbers and play fantastic golf, of course. But even if he's not playing well, there's normally a bit of entertainment in that as well.
Oh yeah, he's a charming character. Horschel up on the first green. Can he start with a birdie? Almost. So the hole halved in the 4. Both players making their part. Nice steady start. Next hole a par 5.
Well, yesterday we were commenting a little bit on Thomas Peters' attire. He had the shirt untucked. I was fine with that. You not so much a fan. I think scruffy was the word you used, but not a word that can be used to describe Billy Horschel. Always dapper on the golf course.
Absolutely. A striking outfit by Rosner as well. Need a good tee shot here. Must find the fairway in this par 5 if you want to get home. Hard if you hit the rough.
Nice one there, buddy.
So longest drive, Rosner the favourite. He is the longer off the tee. He's hit the fairway, so he's got a bit of chase. It's going to be really difficult for Billy Horschel to squeeze one out there past that. Rosner averages just over 311 yards off the tee, just under 295 for Billy Horschel. So the Frenchman with the undoubted advantage when it comes to power.
Rosner's going to be on the downslope playing the second shot. Humps and hollows on these fairways really play their part. 345 to reach the left-hand bunker. It's a big hit. Not quite in the fairway.
So Rosner takes the longest drive there. He is obviously the more powerful hitter, but it's worth noting that you need to hit the fairway in that market for it to count. So your accuracy is a factor as well. And well, pretty similar tee shots from Hatton and Zalatoris than we saw from our first pairing, albeit a touch further back, having opted for 3-wood off the tee, Warren.
Yeah, and that may be a game plan. They may think they'd rather hit, you know, just a nice comfortable maybe 9-iron in there rather than hit a 3/4 wedge. 150 coming downhill. Still may be a wedge for both players. Just depends on how they see it at the moment. Very early on, there's very little breeze out here, but as the morning takes off, usually you get a nice breeze across the course.
5-2 the birdie here for Zalatoris. Neither Horschel nor Rosner were able to convert their birdie opportunities. Large exhale there from Will Zalatoris. It's 12-5 birdie or better for Tyrrell Hatton. He's hit 5 of 18 approaches this week inside 10 feet. Well, that was yesterday. So a good part of his game, this one. Quite fancy this one to go close.
Oh, your crystal ball's up this morning. You obviously gave it a good shine overnight.
Well, it's been a little bit cool this week, I have to admit, the crystal ball, so yeah, I gave it a little bit of a polish and a warming up before this third round, and it seems to have done the job just there. But the approach play is an area in which Cyril Hatton excels. 13th in strokes gained approach, picking up 0.651 shots per round in the most recently completed PGA Tour season. And that's how he's knocked it in close here and given himself a very makeable look at birdie on the opening hole. So Rory Mcilroy 9 under par. Double bogey on the 18th yesterday cost him the lead. It's ominous, his form though. Obviously 1 or 2 mistakes in there, but generally hitting the ball absolutely fantastically. And he loves this venue, the Earth course, the DP World Tour Championship. Dean Burmester there, the South African, a man who's found a little bit of form. Got a win on the European Tour earlier this season. Won the Sunshine Tour's PGA Championship just a couple of weeks ago as well. Jeff Vinter, fantastic story. 3 Danes there, Hogard, Twins and Vinter, all alongside one another on the leaderboard. JB Hansen, a winner last week as well. So Horschel over in the rough, but the rough isn't too penal here, Warren. How much is that likely to affect this second shot?
Well, pretty easy, I think, for these players with metalwood for Horschel. So he's taking it on. Flag is tucked over the bunker. I suppose he's taking the view that even if he doesn't get it on, if he hits it in that front bunker, it should be not a difficult bunker shot. So worth having a pop.
Do you fancy him for a birdie or better at 6-4 on here?
Yeah, I think he might make his first birdie here. Yeah, he's played almost for the bunker. You know, if he got a hop over, that's a win, but in the front bunker there, I think he's got plenty of room to play a decent shot.
First look at this interesting putting technique of Zalatoris.
He's not famed for great putting, Zalatoris. Now, this man out with the iron. This is going to be a big hit. Try and get this one, fly it over that bunker and get it on the green.
10-3 on for birdie or better. 13-5 for par. Tempting. Even more so after the reaction to the shot, but where's it coming down?
Not sure whether that's missed the bunker. It may be okay over there. If it is, it's a relatively easy little chip and putt. Now, can he get off to a decent start? If he holds this, the head might be in good shape. Yeah, little wrap. Oh, might even get a smile with that one. Come on, Tyrrell. Go on, give us a... No, it's too early in the round for a really big smile. That's just what you'd expect me to hold that.
Zalatoris just tidying up for his par. One of the things I really like about Tyrrell Hatton is his expressive nature. Nothing's left to the imagination. You know exactly how he's feeling. And do you know what? Even if there's the odd occasion when he maybe goes over the top a little bit with the frustration and the anger, I'd rather see a player like that than someone that is just a complete blank canvas and you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. That's a bit more of your average handicap golfer, isn't it? Heart on sleeve.
So Horschel just about 250 points or so behind Collin Morikawa in the race to Dubai standings. And Horschel needs at least an 8th placed finish to give himself a chance of overtaking Collin Morikawa. Of course, it does depend on what Morikawa does himself, and he's made a really good start to the tournament, a couple of 68s, and he's tied 6th. So that race to Dubai title very much in the hands of Collin Morikawa right now.
Well, you say that, but Horschel's very capable of shooting a couple of 65s. He goes 65, 65. You've only got to go 70, 70 by Morikawa, which would be good scores around here, a couple of 69s, and, you know, the whole scenario changes. So they've got to stay level-headed. 36 holes, a lot of golf left.
Absolutely, only just at the halfway stage in this DP World Tour Championship, so a lot of golf to be played. 18 under par on this hole in 30 rounds, Tyrrell Hatton. It is the easiest hole on the course, and he has taken advantage of that over the years. A couple of birdies this week as well.
Yeah, key. You want to try and hit it a long way. It's uphill, you can see that. That bunker down the right, not in play. One down the left-hand side, too far out to reach. Oh, that looks a belter.
He hit it pretty much dead straight on the first hole, and he's done the same there again.
But someone disturbed you. See the turn round and the look? What? Wait, but oh, someone must have clicked a camera or something. Cutting back into the fairway. That also looks as if it's going to be very good. Better now. Probably lost a few yards by pitching in the second cut of rough, but it's okay.
Yeah, he'll be able to have a go at the green from there, no doubt, as will Cyril Hatton.
It's a little further back in the bunker than I thought for Horschel here. It's not one of his best. Really quite tricky. The sand here is quite crumbly. It's like a fine stony sand. It's not a soft sand, and very hard to get the ball to really check up on the green.
Yeah, Horschel gets up and down from the sand just over half of the time, so he's going to have to rely on a good putt if he's to do that on this occasion for birdie here on the second. Rosner, yeah, he did avoid that front bunker, so not a bad angle to be pitching up from.
Now this should be meat and drink for a tournament player all day long, and he's not disappointed. Excellent.
So prior to the shot, 10-3 on for birdie or better, and I think we can give him that one for the birdie 4.
Do you know, I still see it being very weird with the flag in the hole and players just going up and tapping it in. I think, no, no, no. Oh, yeah. No, it's okay.
I'm not a fan when I'm playing. I had a little 9 holes with Johnny Morgan yesterday afternoon at the Jebel Ali Resort where we're staying, and yeah, I much prefer to have it out, have the pin out. I like to see the hole, see the ball's going to drop into it.
uphill, slower putt here for Horschel, so it can be positive.
Well, not positive enough, doesn't quite get it there. So first blood to Rosner in the first 3 holes cumulative, and of course the low round of the day. Horschel was favoured over these first 3 holes and the round as a whole, but perhaps the outsider's going to pip him.
Yeah, he's annoyed at that. That's a hole you really need to birdie. So, you know, he's lost half a shot to the field there. That's going to be frustrating.
Yeah, we saw Sergio Garcia tied 8th at 7 under par on the European Tour Betcast on Thursday. How impressed were you by what you saw from him?
Really impressed. I mean, he got off to a really slow start, and it was very un-Garcia-like. And then he started to get the driver working on the back 9, and he looked more like his old self. He's not that old, though, is he? But yeah, no, he looked in good form, and he's such a good manipulator of the ball. And you do need to be able to manoeuvre shots here to get at flags and get the ball on the fairway.
Yeah, the driver was a little bit crooked through the sort of back end of the front 9. You always think he's going to find a way to sort that out. He's a great ball striker. Often it's what he does on the greens that's a determining factor, and you picked up on it very early. A more traditional grip on the putter, and he holed really well.
Yeah, just under 280, but playing downhill, so it's well within their remit that they get this on. Most players 3 wood these days, about 275 they hit it. Bit of semi-rough there, shouldn't affect the ball too much. That is in Rosner country, so no harm done there. If you're going to miss, that's a good place to miss.
Well, the par is actually the favourite here for Hatton, somewhat surprisingly. I'm jumping all over 3 to 1 for birdie or better.
Oh, absolutely. All day long.
Snap it.
Yeah.
Well, we're only on the 2nd hole, so please don't snap it, Tyrrell. We've got a long way to go.
It's going to be tricky there, but he's got a lot of green to work with. Again, I'm not sure whether he made the bunker. If he's in the bunker, it's obviously going to be a harder shot, because it'd be a good 35-yard bunker shot.
3 wood for Rosner. Longest drive here, so Rosner the favourite, but opting to take 3 wood, so maybe Billy Horschel is the bet here. He will likely hit driver.
Pin on the front today. Good place to be. He has obviously taken the 3 wood to lay it up short of the bunker in the fairway.
Yeah, this is really interesting now. So there is obviously a difference in distance. The 3 wood of Rosner probably doesn't go a hugely dissimilar distance to Billy Horschel with the driver, so
I think if he gets this on the fairway, he passes.
I think he's going to squeak it past him if he knocks it straight.
Well, he'd be very disappointed if he doesn't. Pegged it down low here. That's very low, so maybe squeezy cut is what he's thinking.
Get left. Bounce hard left. Bounce hard left.
Oh, he's got it left of that bunker, and he's ahead of Zalatoris, so yeah, longest drive.
He is. From a strategy perspective, though, maybe he should have hit 3 wood if driver's bringing that fairway bunker into play. We are here in Dubai at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in the United Arab Emirates. Well, that is the Jumeirah Palm. It's visible from space. The Dubai Marina as well. The district built along a 3-kilometre stretch of the Persian Gulf shoreline. That's the world famous Dubai fountain near the Burj Khalifa. One of the world's largest choreographed fountain systems. Population of 3.3 million, 16 million tourists visit each year. It really is a fantastic city, so much to see and do.
And you're going to be one of those 16 million tourists next week as you take up all the pleasures that Dubai has to offer?
I certainly am. The Atlantis Water Park, I'll be going up the Burj, the tallest building in the world, somewhat against my will as I'm terrified of heights.
Well, this is not terrifying for Hatton, having missed the bunker, so every chance of getting this one up and down. Go on, run out, run out. Okay, not bad. 6-7 feet.
Yeah, with how far short of the bunker that was, I think we got an understanding of why he hated it so much. A real misstrike, but in the end, it didn't work out too badly for him. So he was 3-1 before the second shot for a birdie on this hole, and it's that putt that he will face to do it. So certainly shorter than 3-1 now, you would think. Well, Rosner knocked it pretty much stone dead from a very similar position. And Zalatoris right now 16-5 to get up and down for the birdie.
Yeah, not too bad. Would have thought he might have got a little closer than that. Very stiff, that action, with a little chip shot. Now he's taken the 3-wood, Rosner, off the tee, and he's given himself a great angle in here. Flag on the front section, but where on earth is he aiming this?
Well, he's 11-4 on to hit the green.
Well, I tell you, if he hits it on the line that he's aiming on, he's going to miss in the right-hand bunker.
Oh. No.
What is he doing?
Well, you called it, Warren.
Well, I mean, that's just... I mean, he's so far out there with his alignment.
Well, you could have got 7-4 for him missing the green, and I think Warren would have been jumping on that, seeing his alignment. But this is Hatton on the second for his birdie. The 3-1 shot before the second shot. And in it pops. So birdie start for the Englishman.
Tell you, we bring the best out here on the Betcast. Always one of our group tends to be hot.
12-5 for the birdie, Billy Horschel, and 140 yards to go.
Yeah, aiming inside that right-hand bunker, maybe trying to hit the soft draw. Yeah, okay. Strange putting grip, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't, you know, when a guy grips the club like that, the shaft up the left arm, hands and arms a long way away from the body, and you've got the sort of claw turn around the other way, that's very convoluted.
Yeah, perhaps that tells us why Will Zalatoris is still looking for a first PGA Tour or European Tour win. He did win on the Corn Ferry Tour. But he gets a lot of top tens. His ball striking's absolutely sublime, but if you're going to get over the line, you need to be holding those kind of putts.
31-34 putts for Zalatoris over the first 2 rounds tells you a lot.
We are global players.
Special scenes out there today.
We are game changers.
Good heavens. What a performance this is. Listen to the reception.
We know what drives success.
Amazing stuff.
We embrace innovation. We stay one step ahead of the competition.
Just unbelievable.
We connect people around the world.
Awesome. This is such an exhibition.
We are committed to making golf a game for everyone.
I'm just blown away with her talent.
Welcome to what is a unique and exciting format.
Our partnerships make us stronger.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Oh, partner.
Together, we will elevate the tour in every way.
I have a difficult challenge for you.
This is just epic.
Together.
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 Together, we are the DP World Tour.
Yes, next week the European Tour becomes the DP World Tour for the start of the 2022 season. Down in South Africa at the Joburg Open. Exciting times ahead, but right now that's what Rosner's faced with. He does it very, very well.
Well, his short game's looking sharp, isn't it? Lovely little pitch from the side of the green on the last hole. Now a bunker shot. All goes well for the rest of the round. Back on the tee, Zalatoris, 3-wood. It's okay, harder angle to come in from over there, but Horschel for the birdie. Oh. Well, he didn't make the birdie on the par 5. Maybe lost a little bit of a shot there, but gains one on the third. So 1 under through 3. That'll be back to the game plan.
And with that going in, so is Antoine Rosner 1 under through 3. So if you had a little dabble on the cumulative score market for the first 3 holes, it's all square between the two. That's the leaderboard as it stands here at the DP World Tour Championship. You'll be able to see all of those players in action in the full live coverage a little later. But right now on the European Tour Betcast, we are of course focused on Billy Horschel, Antoine Rosner, Tyrrell Hatton and Will Zalatoris. It's been a good start. 4 birdies from our foursome. No dropped shots in the first 2 or 3 holes. Paul Casey there in 13th. His caddy John McLaren was telling me earlier in the week he'd secretively added half a degree to his man's putter without telling him. And there you can see Cyril Hatton 2 under today already, 3 under par for the tournament, and up into a tie for 26th. Billy Horschel with that birdie moves into a tie for 39th on 1 under. Lowry Cantor with a good start as well. It's been another really good year for him, racking up the top 10s. A little bit surprised to see Patrick Reed down there. Time for 46th.
I think it's been a long season for Bernd Wiesberger. Plus 10, he's had a couple of double bogeys out there today. I think he's run out of puff.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot. That's the first page of the leaderboard. At this point, who do you think's going to win?
I've had my money on McIlroy all week. I think despite him double bogey in the final hole yesterday, making a 7, which had he made a 4, he'd been at 12 under. I still think he's the man to beat.
Wow, 249 yards, the 4th hole today. And these are the odds for where his tee shot is going to end up, Billy Horschel. So 2-1 on, he's the favourite that he hits the green. 9-2 for the bunker, 13-2 fairway, 13-2 rough. Well, I think with that pin over there on the right, if you're looking for a little bit of value, you could be tempted into the bunker at 9-2.
Trying to split the right edge of the bunker on the flag. Yep. Or right edge of the back bunker. Yes.
I think Horschel hits the green. I think Rosner misses it.
Zalatoris 158 yards to the pin here on the second.
Yeah, to a left flag, but the ball above his feet, so he knows this is going to draw in the air. And that may be why it went a little bit further and a little bit long. Now, what
13-5 to make the birdie from here, Tyrrell Hatton. Will it be 3 in a row to start his Saturday?
I've got a feeling it's going to be. I've got a feeling he's going to stuff this absolutely right down the throat of the flag. Once this man gets hot, he can get very hot. Oh, he's got a bit of a lucky break. Not what I was expecting though, not what he was expecting. Come out quite as he intended.
So Warren thinks Horschel's hitting the green here. I've said maybe finding the bunker. Reasonable value at 9-2. It's a very long par 3. It is 3 out of 3 greens hit so far today though for Horschel.
No slouch of a par 3 is at 245 yards, although it does play downhill. Good long iron required. He likes it. It's going middle of the green. Sure.
Well, it might have just run off the back edge there. Oh, and it's come back again. Got a little bit of slope, so it is on the green. That was 2-1 on. Now Rosner, you said he was going to miss.
Well, I'm worried about his alignment. If he lines this up a bit on the right side and finds that right-hand bunker, you can almost forget about making par on this hole.
Pretty nice odds for that as well at 5-1.
Is he going to just make a little bit of a correction here from the last hole? Pity we can't see behind down the line of flight. And he's hit it on the green, but a long, long way left. Trouble is, if you aim it right, then the tendency is, oh, you kind of know it's right. You try to work very hard to get the club in, and then you can miss a long way left.
Zalatoris just over 27 feet, Hatton just over 23 feet. Hatton with the easier putt though coming uphill, Warren.
Oh dear, definitely. There's a
11-2 Zalatoris to hold this, but given that he missed a much shorter one on the previous hole, I wouldn't be too optimistic.
Yeah, misread. Set it left and it was right to left breaking. Because that sometimes it cannot be necessarily, you might have a decent technique, but if you can't read the greens, then you're not going to hole them. Sometimes Some people are blessed with better eyesight than others. I'm sure that was one of the reasons why Mark McNulty, such a wonderful putter, the South African.
4-1 this one for Tyrrell Hatton. Well, you fancied him to make the third birdie on the trot prior to the approach shot. Wasn't his best approach, but still with a chance.
Yeah, it's an outside chance. I always think anything outside 20 feet, you're not going to hold too many, but when it's your day, he sometimes can get a little run. He's got a little
bug running across the green there.
Go on.
Oh, it's a big old ant, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit that. Wait till they hit this. I'll tell you a story about playing down in South Africa with a little bug going across the green. See if he can pop this one in. Oh, it's tracking. Oh, he's off to an unbelievable start.
Oh, you called it, Warren. 3 birdies in a row for Tyrrell Hatton. He's up to 4 under par. I'm on tenterhooks. Tell us this story.
I was playing at Durban Country Club, 17th hole, and chap I play with hadn't holed a putt all day. I won't mention his name, but a grasshopper came and literally jumped right in front of the hole. But this grasshopper must have been 3 or 4 inches, and as the ball came up, ball hit the grasshopper, knocked the ball away from the hole, and my colleague dived across the green and got hold of this grasshopper in his hands, and I can't tell you what he did to it, but it wasn't pretty.
In my head, I'm thinking he ate it. Great protein in insects.
He gets this within a couple of feet here, Rosner. 3 or 4 feet. He's done really well, coming all the way uphill. I'll tell you, this is looking very, very good. That's just an excellent, exquisite putt.
Yeah, the feel certainly seems to be in the hands this morning for Antoine Rosner. We've seen a really nice pitch, a really good bunker shot, and that excellent lag putt. So you can see a couple of the players in our Betcast featured groups this morning, right up the business end of the Race to Dubai rankings. This man, Billy Horschel, second, Tyrrell Hatton in 4th. And Hatton could still top those rankings, but he does have to win this week, so he really needs to get things going. But 3 birdies in the first 3 holes is the perfect start.
Horschel birdied this hole yesterday. It's pretty good. Played the hole so far this week in 1 under. So if you can play the par 3s well, some of them, so you can see by this one, 245 yards, no slouch of a par 3. They really require some playing. Even par for the par 3s. It'd be nice to be under par for them. Just a little bit of straightforward cleaning up here.
Yeah, very nice 2-putt from Antoine Rosner. He stays at 1 under par for the tournament and the day. Back to the tee. It will be Tyrrell Hatton with the honour. I tell you, he started today 750 to 1 to win the tournament, and those 3 birdies have got him into 175 to 1. So Still an outsider, but just goes to show what a big difference a hot streak can make.
.228 to the front of the green from the very back of the tee. Plays downhills about 225 probably today. The flag certainly up the green. 21 places.
Well, from this kind of distance, you've got to favour the over outside, over 10.5 feet, 56 to 1 on, very short odds. And he's in the sand.
Took that 4, huh? Love it.
That club was returned to the bag with a little bit more force than usual there for Hatton. Well, 56 to 1 odds, same odds for Zalatoris to knock it inside 10.5 feet or outside. That might be close. Wow, 16 to 1 you could have got for under 10.5 feet. That looks very close to that borderline.
Well, again, he's out with the driver here, Horschel, on the hole. You don't really need to hit it too far. So just a nice one. Really have to go at it too hard. That's a mistake.
You gotta cut it, man. You just can't.
You heard him say you've got to cut it. He's setting up to play that little bleed from left to right, and when it doesn't move, that's where you end up. So 3 to 1 on for the par here, Rosner. He has made a bogey and a par on this hole, the opening couple of rounds. The mistake was finding the fairway bunker in the first round.
Very tight pin today. Front right, anything coming up a little short, you can actually back the ball off the green. So you need the proper spin for the second shot, so finding the fairway absolutely critical.
Yeah, good ball.
Okay, good shot. Not the best angle to the flag, but no harm done.
Now we saw that little VT about next season's DP World Tour. 47 events at least confirmed on the schedule in 27 different tournaments. Prize money breaks through the $200 million mark for the first time, increase in the minimum prize fund for a tournament to $2 million. Here's a man that's earned plenty of money over the last few years on the European Tour. Some of his highlights, this was his opening approach shot. Knocked that one into about 4 feet, and he would hold the putt for the birdie.
Yeah, not happy with the second shot on the par 5, but a decent pitch and a good putt.
And again, not his best strike on the approach, came up a touch short. But no matter when you can wield the wand like that. Right in the centre of the cup. But some work to do here.
Well, he's right in the centre of the bunker here, isn't he? Played the par 5s really poorly this week. He's 5 over par for the par 5s. And par 3s rather. 5 over the 3s, and he's in a bunker here trying to get it up and down. Otherwise he'll be 6 over for the par 3s, which is a bit of a noose around your neck.
Yeah, just suggests the ball striking isn't quite where he wants it to be at the moment, and we have seen evidence of that so far today, despite the excellent 3 birdie start. But I'll have to hold that one to stay at 3 under for the day. Well, there you go. That's the worst in the field, Warren, on the par 3s.
Yeah, a couple of double bogeys on the next par 3. really caused him a problem. And then, you know, double bogeys, I mean, bogeys are bad enough. Double bogeys really do make it difficult. Come back from that. It's not always about the birdies you make. It's about avoiding serious mistakes.
There's an excellent tee shot from Will Zalatoris. 13 to 8 to hole it. 9 to 4 on that he misses.
Well, I'm not sure if he's had any 3 putts this week, but 31 and 34 putts, it's not a lot of single putts, is it? It's only 7 over the first 2 rounds if he's had no 3 putts.
Yeah, Zalatoris does rank 227th on the PGA Tour in one putt percentage, just 36.11% of the time, and unfortunately it'll be a 2 putt there, and it was from just over 13 feet, so an excellent approach, but on a tough par 3 still not able to get it inside that magic 10.5 feet circle in that particular market.
134 to go for Horschel, pin tucked over the left-hand corner of that right-hand bunker. Now if he comes up a little shy here, there's quite a steep shelf. You could run it off the green. If this flies on him, goes in the back rough, hard to get up and down.
11 to 2 to make birdie before striking the ball. And he'll be a little bit longer odds for the 1 putt now.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit scared of going straight at that one. Just outside of full lob wedge range at 107, so little soft gap wedge coming uphill. Take it over the bunker. Need to sort of carry it just a little bit past the flag, get some spin.
Oh, I like 19 to 10 for the birdie here.
Very good shot. Seen people pitch it about that distance and the ball spin back off the front edge of the green, so he's done well.
This one will be big for the momentum for Cyril Hatton.
He's just not having much luck on the par 3s.
Is that the kind of thing that can get in your head as a player? You know that you're struggling a little bit on the par 3s at this particular course, and then if there's even one that gets to you like the 6th has, it sort of ekes into how you play the others as well.
Yeah, I think, well, not sure whether they consider that what does hurt is just making bogeys and double bogeys, whether they go, oh, it's another par 3 that I've made a bogey on, but you can see the frustration there from Hatton.
Yeah, he slips back to 3 under par for the tournament with that drop shot. We've seen a few European versus American combinations in the Betcast this week. Got a couple of them today as well, Rosner and Horschel, Hatton and Zalatoris as well. Potentially that's a Ryder Cup matchup we might see in the future. Hatton, of course, has played the last couple of Ryder Cups. Zalatoris perhaps just on the fringes of the conversation for a wild card pick for Whistling Straits recently.
Yes, it's hard to see players getting into Ryder Cups unless they're probably consistent tournament winners. You're not going to earn the points, you're not going to get the world ranking points unless you can win tournaments, as this fella did. I mean, the win at the PGA, BMW PGA, sensational the way he did that.
And he won the WGC Dell Technologies Match Play Championship as well this year, Billy Horschel, so He knows how to play in that format of the game as well. 16-1 to hole this putt. Wow.
Well, apart from the pace and the line, he did very well.
To be fair, the line might have been all right if it had got within 10 feet of the hole.
It's hard to get happy after that one.
It is. So, number of drives on the fairway. It's 3-wood for Zalatoris. I like both of them finding the short stuff here. It is the favourite at 5-4 on. It's the first half of the job done. And Hatton's been pretty dead-eye off the tee as well. Well, he's not lost his turn here, Horschel.
That may be the worst first putt he's hit all season. Maybe for a few seasons.
I was about to say, in his entire professional career, potentially.
Yeah, from that sort of distance, wow.
That is one that's going to hurt.
Yep.
And it drops him back to level par.
See the advantage here for Rosner coming up the slope.
Yeah, I said I like the chances at birdie at 19-10 before he struck that second shot. It's 6 feet and 9 inches that stands between him and a 3.
About 2 feet behind his feet. They're really a steep slope. He's missed that. Got the chance to make the 3. Yep. Well, neither are going to leave this green feeling very happy about life, I would have thought. Good chance goes a-begging there for the Frenchman.
So Tyrrell Hatton also opting for 3-wood here. I think that 3-wood's living a little bit of a charmed life. He was tempted to snap it after the second shot on the second. It's made its way ahead of him off the tee there, but he did find the fairway. So if you were jumping on that little recommendation of them both finding the short grass off the tee, despite Tyrrell Hatton's frustrations, they did both hit the fairway.
Yeah, I think the thing with someone like Tyrrell, Tiger in his heyday, I suppose, if you get rid of the frustration and then you can kind of blow the steam so that by the time you come to play the next shot it's all forgotten, then it kind of is fine. If it stays with you, that's where you have the problem. This is looking at the par 3. Tight pin, hardest of the 3 rounds because it's nearest to the water.
Rosner the favourite to be nearest the pin, 11-8 on. Billy Horschel at evens. Oh, it's 35-1 that nobody hits the green. It's a big putting surface though. Where's your money going here, Warren?
Well, I'm going that they're both going to be long and right of that flag. Anything short and left is a mishit.
And the person closest is going to be?
Horschel.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get on Rosner then.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I was thinking Rosner.
I think no green is, that's a no bet.
What is it pin again? 53.
What, so we want to go over 150 then?
Yeah. If there's some curve. Yeah, well, I thought you said, what did you say, pitching pin height?
Yeah, if it goes wrong,
it's not a big one though. You reach.
Why 150 though?
I think it's saying, okay, say more than this number then. I don't think it's saying more than 55 or 53, 55. You agree?
Yeah, yeah.
You feel that way?
Yeah, yeah.
Wentworth.
Don't know about you, Warren, but I'm not sure Antoine Rosner sounded entirely convinced by what his caddy was saying there, but hopefully he's listened and they've come to the correct decision.
And he's playing for 155, 169 all up, so it's not a long iron here, but how brave will he be? Looking up and down.
Lovely shot there. Very nice.
Wow, he did go long and he did go right of the flag.
That is long and right of the flag. Not a lot long and right of the flag.
No, very, very fine shot.
We're going to need to see something special if Horschel's going to get closer. Hatton off of the 3-wood he really wasn't happy with on the 5th.
Amazing how lost you can be.
Oh dear, that is such a long way offline.
Well, you heard Hatton say it's amazing how lost you can be as he hit it. Well, with 3 birdies to start, he's not that lost, but clearly not happy with the ball striking. So, can Billy Horschel get it inside 10.5 feet here? It's 14-1. I think that's probably what he needs to do to win the nearest the pin as well. So, Warren's certainly hoping he does.
I'm not feeling overly confident. That was a really good shot from Rosner. I didn't expect him to be as aggressive as that. Will Horschel be likewise? Breeze a little bit off the right, so it does mean you can aim it right and feather it towards the pin. Oh, how about those two shots? How about those two?
I think Horschel's pipped Rosner and got it inside 10.5 feet there.
They are 2 exceptional shots.
Yeah, that might be the closest cumulative 2 shots in a pairing we see all day as we look at Will Zalatoris.
Uh-oh, watch this. That could be off the green. That's what you got to avoid. And I've seen when players get a little bit more spin, I've seen it go off the green and go sort of 20 feet short of the putting surface. So in a way, he's got away with it a little bit.
Yeah, the green speeds this week at the DP World Tour Championship just a touch slower than they have been in previous years. So that means some of those slopes aren't feeding the ball quite as quickly and quite as far. Yeah, in previous years that could easily have worked its way all the way down off the front. Matt Fitzpatrick has a splendid record here on the Earth course. Lurking not too far back of the lead again this week.
Well, he's been in 4 greenside bunkers now. Hatton only managed to get up and down so far once. And this is no easy bunker shot either. He's got to throw it all the way to the flag, otherwise he could be off the front edge. Oh, he's just got it up there. Not sure that came out
so much better than that.
the way he wanted.
Yeah, almost like the chunk and run there. Not sure whether or not it was an intentional one though. Warren, how excited are you about the future of what will become the DP World Tour?
Oh, I think it's a brilliant move. Really is tremendous news for the new players now on the World Tour or the European Tour. I think the fact that they play 23 events in Europe, 24 in the rest of the world, it is a real World Tour, and it has been that for a few years now. But the fact that it's going to boost the Challenge Tour players as well, the Secondary Tour and the Diversity Tour, then I think that's really good news.
Well, I can tell you, in the nearest the pin stakes, they looked pretty close from the camera angle we've seen, but in actual fact, Rosner a very good shot at 9 feet and 9 inches. Horschel 3 feet and 10 inches he's knocked it into there, so he does take the nearest the pin. Warren takes the win there.
On both counts, I've got to say, both right of the flag, both... Oh, actually, no, Rosner didn't go long, did he?
Horschel was just short, yeah.
Yeah.
Rosner, though, just a touch over evens at 21 to 20 to hold this. He just burnt the edge on a similarly good look from 6 feet 9 inches on the previous hole, but...
I'm going they both make it.
I would agree. I was going to say I don't think lightning strikes twice. I think Rosner holes and certainly Horschel from 3 feet 10.
Always. Oh dear. Well, we were positive. I don't think that was a positive strike. Come on, Tyrrell, you need to make this, otherwise you're going to the worst hole you've played all week in a bad mood. Oh, terrific up and down, well done. That'll make his mood going to the next a little bit better.
I was thinking that after he'd hit the bunker shot. He does not want to be going to that 6th hole off the back of 2 bogeys.
Horschel. Well, we've given him this putt, but you know, at 3 feet enough, just under 4 feet. There's certainly not gimmies. Yeah.
So a good bounce back from the bogey on the previous hole for Billy Horschel. He gets back to 1 under par. Mark Fulcher, known as Fooch, on Billy Horschel's bag. Of course, long-time caddy of Justin Rose previously. I know both of them are really enjoying that partnership, bringing out the best in one another. How important is it to get the right caddy, Warren? Because they do different roles for different people, don't they? So it's finding the right balance, the right personality, and the right input for what you need.
Well, caddies have as big an impact off the course as they do on it these days, because they're around each other for so long. So we go back to the tee here on this par 3. Zalatoris. I reckon he gets inside Hatton.
12 to 1 to be inside 10.5 feet. Both in the previous group were. Just clambers over the water onto the front edge of the green, but outside 10.5 feet for Zalatoris.
No, I am fearing things here. I mean, over these 3 holes from 4 to 6, Hatton is 5 over. Last 2 occasions he's played this hole, double bogeyed it both days, as you can see. Got to have one good shot somewhere, sometime.
Well, could he completely go the other way and knock it inside 10.5 feet at 12 to 1? I think he quite likes it, yeah.
Oh, a little bit long. Don't think he'll be overly happy.
But it's dry.
You see, he's got the smile. You see, I've hit the green. You see, amazing how different things, you know, just give you a bit of a lift. He might get a real lift. Oh, I've hit the green there. Everything in the world is rosy. I'm not going to make double bogey here today.
37 feet away, that tee shot. Small wins.
You see.
Fist pump to the crowd, holding the putter aloft. And why not? It's the first time he's been able to walk from that tee up to the green with the putter in his hand this week.
I hope he doesn't 3-putt it though. 7th par 5, all the way uphill, 572. Bit of a brute. Low ball flight.
And Horschel not quite getting as much fade as he was expecting off the tee.
Now, can this man use his power here and get home? We haven't seen on our Betcast anybody hit this green in 2 over the first 2 days. Everyone's played this hole, been a bit wayward. You need to get a good drive away. Hard to get some run on a fairway that's pretty soft.
Yeah, nice one there.
Now, that's the best drive we've seen of anyone down here over the first 2 days in our little coverage. So a good drive by Antoine. Nice to be in a little bit of shade. It'll be just starting to get warm out there for the players as the temperatures rise to about 30 Celsius, that is. Certainly need plenty of liquid out there. Caps shelter you from the sun, bit of sun cream. Maybe late November, but still very warm. Nice dry heat though, good for playing golf. Ball flies through the air, nice thin atmosphere. Course in terrific shape. Now you can see there's just one little patch of dark green grass between Hatton and the hole, so predominantly his putt's going to be down grain, so he'll get a really good smooth roll, although becoming slightly uphill, left to right breaking. Always good to have a look at it. If you've got the time, obviously you don't want to be holding up people. If you've got the time, you can circumnavigate a putt. Just gives you the idea. Not that I think you're looking for anything in great detail, but you're just assimilating how hard to hit a putt. And you stand over it, don't wait too long, boom. Tracking, ran out of pace. Right line, set it off on a good line there, just not quite hard enough, but overall he will be thrilled. He has just made his first par on the 6th. Might even produce a smile. Mind you, 4 over par for that hole so far this week of 3 rounds.
So 7-1 on Zalatoris for the par. That's a 2-putt from here. 13-2 for the 1-putt. 22-1 for a 3-putt. Let's hope it's 1 or 2. So Zalatoris has hit 6 out of 6 greens so far, but he's only holed 7 feet of putts.
He just doesn't hold a lot of putts. Maybe he's just going to find a way to get it a little bit closer. Don't think Horschel can get up here in 2 on this par 5. It's a question of where he leaves it to give himself a decent chip. Pin today, halfway up the green, tucked close to the left-hand side, so you don't want to miss the up here left. If short of the right-hand bunker would be okay.
Missed it a little bit. Keep flying right there.
That is short of that bunker. Okay, it's a pretty deep pit. You don't really want to be in it. No, I'm not sure of the yardage here. 279 to the pin. So, yeah, this is on a good one. All but that it's uphill. 34 feet. He's got to give this a really good crack.
Oh. Qu'est-ce que je branle, putain.
The trouble is, when you aim right, it's almost as if you've got the club stuck on the inside of it. He can't actually get the club through the ball in a nice neutral manner. I feel like I should go out and just tell him after the round, just check your alignment, you'll be okay.
Yeah, obvious frustrations for Rosner with his game at the moment. Apologies if you did pick up any bad language in his native French there. Well, it's interesting. We're seeing a couple of guys fighting with their games a little bit in Rosner and Hatton this morning. It just goes to show it doesn't always go swimmingly for the pros, and often it's what you can turn the bad days into as much as how good the good ones are that can determine where you go in this game.
Yeah, and you can see it can be something just so simple to make a fix.
All right, get a good target.
So, cumulative group score on this hole, the par 5 7th. So 1 under par is the favourite at 11 to 10. Over minus 0.56 to 4, under minus 1.53 to 1. What do you think the cumulative score is going to be here, Warren?
I want to say 2 under, but that's too aggressive. I'm going for 1 under. Only because they've made 3 birdies on this hole between them out of 4. So
I'm going to back that they both birdie it.
yeah, well, that's not a bad shout. That is not a bad shout.
So most Rolex Series wins. This man, Cyril Hatton, and the world #1, Jon Rahm, lead the way with 4 apiece.
He's had 6 European Tour wins, Hatton. The fact that 4 of them have been Rolex, which are big tournaments, big prize money, it's nice that he knows how to pick the right ones to win.
Yeah, it's always handy to win on the right weeks. Of course, any win's good, but getting it at the right time can make all of the difference. He's finished in the top 12 in the race to Dubai every year since 2016, Tyrrell Hatton, and a few of those inside the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, but I was just thinking those 4 big tournaments, I mean, it's so much better for the bank balance, isn't it? I mean, it's considerably better.
Yeah, it definitely keeps the bank manager happy. Around $3 million the winner will pick up this week.
I mean, we are talking about lottery wins here. You know, it's the difference between a lottery win and, well, getting your money back. There's an awkward little pitch from here. See where they've laid up. Both laid up over on the right side. Around about the 50-yard mark on an average between the two of them. Rosner just a little further away, but it's the little ridge short of the flag. So they've got a little plateau to cover. They certainly don't want to go long. If you just overhit this and knock it in the back fringe, then you're going to take 4 out of the equation pretty quickly. But you want it up the slope. So do you fly it all the way there, try and pitch it on that ledge, in which case you've got to be absolutely on the money. Do you try and skip it up the hill?
Well, the bookies think it will take him 3 to get down from here. 7 to 4 on the par, 7 to 5 birdie or better.
Again, he's aiming this one right, but trying to swing and cut across it. That was the practice swing. And he's got it up at the top. That's a good shot. Well, that's very well played.
Yeah, well worth another look, and now 7 to 5 for the birdie or better, looking like a solid investment.
He just got it over the ridge, and coming from that side, maybe he's got a slightly better angle than Billy Horschel. Oh, he seemed to get that almost a little bit heavy. Oh, he's just got away with it, has he? Just
rocked back an inch or two, didn't it? And then put the brakes on, fortunately.
Yeah, he's right on the edge there of that ridge. Get up there quickly, Billy, and get it marked.
So the two at the top of the race to Dubai rankings battling to be the first ever American to top the list. It's remarkable, isn't it, when you think about it? And one of those challenging Billy Horschel. A couple of birdies today. This was on the third. And on the par 3 sixth. It was an absolutely stunning tee shot. Straight at the flag. 3 feet and 10 inches that one. And he would duly roll it in for a 2. So 5 to 2 on. Not to make this one, Horschel. It's 17 to 10. He's 12.5 feet, but there is a bit of break in it.
No birdie, be a little bit disappointed. It's a feature this week. I don't know. In the past, a lot of players have been able to reach this green in 2. I think it's just maybe the way the wind is blowing this week, the breeze. If this is down breeze, then they certainly can get up easier. Certainly the players have struggled this week. Haven't really seen anyone hit this in 2.
Rosner for his second birdie of the day on the par 5s.
Yeah, he's got to watch this. Might just dive away to his left if he doesn't strike it well. Down the slope. That's well done.
Yeah, look at that 7th hole. Those red dots tell us where the 3 birdies have been made from today. No drop shots, just 8 players having played through the hole already. And Zalatoris and Hatton in pretty good shape. As Warren was saying, it has been tough for players to get it up on the putting surface in 2 here this week.
Well, mid 270s to the flag. It plays 10 uphill, so it's going to be like 285. Probably playing 290 with where the breeze is. It's a big old hit. Really got to stripe it. Ball a little bit below the feet here for Zalatoris.
And that graphic showed it's a pretty good record in the majors for Zalatoris so far in his career. He's played 6 of them, top 10 in 3.
Oh, that's 2 fabulous shots. Wow. Eagle chance coming up. Big tall fellow by wide arc. Absolutely 2 cracking shots.
Yeah, that's where the power comes from, isn't it? It's the width in the swing.
Yep.
Wilco Nienaber, another example of a wiry fellow, but quite tall, huge width, and knocks it massive distances.
Yeah, leverage is certainly where you get the power from. It's maintaining that leverage along with speed. Rosner 3 wood, just aiming down the right side, wants to skirt the bunker on the left edge of the fairway, and you're in prime spot.
Yeah, a bit of a dogleg hole from right to left, and there aren't too many doglegs on this course. This is the most severe of them. 1 or 2 slightly gentler doglegs out there as well. Oh, it tried to work its way back into the fairway. Driver for Horschel.
It's amazing how this course has changed over the last half dozen years. Used to be the players never got much past the left-hand bunker. They'd play to the top of the hill and it would be a sort of 6-7 iron in. Now they're hitting comfortably 3-wood wedge, driver wedge, getting past this left-hand bunker.
That is the story of the modern game, isn't it, Warren?
Yep.
So Horschel getting that little bit of fade that he's been looking for there, and that's an excellent tee shot.
And that's probably going 20 yards further than they were when we first would play here at the Earth course. Seemed a good clean strike. Oh, that's not the place to go, Tyrrell. I would say that is extremely difficult to get that one up and down from there. If you're pitching straight onto a downslope, only chance will be to chip it in the fringe short.
Every birdie counts on the European Tour this season, and this week at the DP World Tour Championship it will result in a €75 donation to UNICEF's COVAX facility, €100 for every eagle made, €1,000 for every albatross. The Every Birdie Counts initiative is an integral part of the Tour's Golf for Good programme. The European Tour taking great pride in making a positive impact wherever it goes. So much great charitable work done by the Tour and the players as individuals as well. Cyril Hatton, well, that does not look too clever. I mean, it would be a difficult shot even if it had popped back into the rough there. But now it's virtually impossible, isn't it?
Well, I just don't know how this is going to come out, because if he's got a little bit of bark trapped between the club face and the ball, I mean, the ball could just go sideways. I mean, he's almost got to play it like a bunker shot. It's pure sand underneath the ball there. So he is going to have absolutely no idea how this is going to come out. It's not like being in a bunker where you know how much is that bark going to affect. What's it like when you hit the sand? He's coming straight onto a downslope. He knows he can't pitch it on the green. He's got to pitch it in the fringe. This is hit and hope. Oh, just sideways on him.
Stay up. Don't go downhill. Yep, go downhill then.
Yeah. It just, the bark just getting in the way, the ball just going sideways. No control out of that at all. Not his fault. His fault was actually hitting it there in the first place, so it was an errant second. I mean, if you're going to miss anyway, you're missing the bunker short. Give you a better chance than that sand in the wasteland area.
Yeah, I think that 3-wood is living a little bit of a charmed life for Tyrrell Hatton today. He wasn't happy with the strike into the first of the par 5s. Didn't like it on a tee shot earlier as well, and there also. absolutely fantastic off the tee with driver, though. Now Zalatoris 5-1 to make this eagle putt. 7 foot of putts hold over the first 6 holes. He might be able to notch up another couple of feet with that one.
Well, he's going to make the birdie. We'll give him that little tap-in putt, 2-putt birdie. 1 under for the day. 153. You might have heard him say he's going to try and hit at 142. That's what he thinks it will be. Pin as far back as it was yesterday, but it's not on the left-hand side of the green, it's on the right. So he doesn't want to miss this right. Just a little left of the flag would be spot on.
Yeah, I went around the course a few holes with Nicholas Colsaerts earlier in the week, and he said this is the most difficult pin position on this green, especially if you do what Billy's done there and come up a bit short. 150 yards, well, 72 on for par has got to be the fancy here. It is so difficult to get it close to this pin.
Tony, sorry.
Slight down slope as well. Always important when you're on a downslope like this that you angle your body and keep it on the same line as the slope, so when you come in to hit the ball, club head finds the lowest part of the arc in line with your body.
Oh, stay down, stay left, down, stay left.
Well, it was shouting for it to get down. Might have thought that was carrying a bit further there. Hatton for his birdie after the trip over to the bark mulch. Well, I can confirm that Zalatoris did tap in for his birdie as we went away to catch up with Horschel, but it'll just be a par for Tyrrell Hatton. Little rueful glance over to that bit of bark where he ended up. Let's look at the leaderboard right now. We're into day 3 of the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast live from the Earth course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. Shane Lowry, John Catlin and Sam Horsfield share possession of the lead at 10 under par. Zalatoris with the driver, but teed down.
Surely it's too much club.
Well, he's got it teed down, maybe just looking, you mentioned earlier, that little squirty one.
Going to run out of fairway. Right on the limit. Really good drive now, but was almost aiming at no fairway there.
Hatton 10-3 on for the par. 11-2 for birdie. And you've got to take the pin positions into account when looking at these markets, so bearing in mind this is probably the most difficult of the pin positions on this hole. You're always going to err towards par, maybe even bogey if someone gets out of position on the hole.
You might walk up path.
Cyril Hatton certainly not out of position there though. He just hits that driver so straight.
Yeah, pity can't do the same thing with the 3-wood. So a slow putt up and over the brow of the hill for Billy Horschel. Ooh, good scare.
Yeah, really good try. Yeah, first half of that putt is pretty slow, but once it gets over the brow, it does speed up towards the hole.
Well, he won't have been necessarily given a great line, a great read, different angle here for Rosner, but he will have an idea of the speed.
And it's 17-2 that he finds the bottom of the cup with this birdie try.
Into the green as it goes up the hill as well. Down green, downhill.
Okay, good speed.
Yeah, it did just have just the slightest little jump early on there. Often that can happen putting into the grain uphill, takes a touch of pace off it as well, so it's just come up a foot or so short, but tapped in for his par.
Obviously doesn't mind playing in the heat, Rosner. Won earlier this year in Qatar. Similar sort of heat, but Qatar always seems to be very windy. Got to be able to play in a good strong breeze if you go and play there.
Horschel finishes his off for par as well. You know, Rosner's other European Tour win came in the Golf in Dubai Championship last year as well, which was the event played the week just before this one on the fire course here at the Jumeirah Estates. And he had a good run at that event last week as well, so clearly loves playing in the Middle East.
You asked me who I fancied there in the leaderboard. I've gone for McIlroy, and you go for?
Well, to be boring, I'm going to say McIlroy as well, and it might be a bit predictable, but he is the captain of my European Tour Fantasy Race to Dubai team this week as well. So I picked him right at the start of the week, but also in my team, and a player who I'm expecting to feature heavily over the weekend, Sergio Garcia. As we spoke about earlier, we had him on our Betcast coverage. I was really impressed by what I saw, especially on the putting greens. He has an excellent record here as well. Never finished outside the top 21 and a top 10 each of his last 3 visits to the DP World Tour Championship, Sergio Garcia.
I thought you were going to say Horsfield.
Do you know what? I really like Sam Horsfield. He makes plenty of birdies. Really aggressive player, gets it out there.
I thought you were going to go for the young gun, aggressive, taking on the established players.
Well, I'd like to see it, and he's one of the young Europeans who you feel has the game to step up and getting himself in and amongst the elite players and move his career to the next level. And, you know, we've mentioned the Ryder Cup a little bit throughout our coverage this week as well. Europe needs a few guys to step up, a little bit of a transitionary phase with a few of the more senior guys heading out of the team, as we see that good tee shot from Antoine Rosner. And someone like Sam Horsfield is a player who could step into that void. It'll be interesting to see what he does over this weekend.
Back to 8 and Hatton.
Go. Looks like it's not going.
Oh, it's not bad though, Tyrrell.
That's pretty good. I like the way he said go, then waited for a split second and said it's not going, as if he was exasperated that the ball hadn't listened to his initial instruction.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've never had a golf ball that's got ears.
I was about to say, it's all right, Tyrrell, mine don't listen either. So 9-4 for birdie for Will Zalatoris. And he's given himself a great chance after that gargantuan drive, 349 yards, the longest of the day on this hole, and taking advantage of it. So a couple of really good approaches from Hatton and Zalatoris, and they'll have those for birdie here on the 8th.
He's a very impressive player to watch, isn't he?
He's hit every green. It's a case of, and one of them under regulation as well in the previous par 5. If he just holds his fair share of putts, he doesn't even need to be brilliant on the greens. Just average the way he hits it and he will win plenty.
Some of the thickest rough coming on the hardest hole on the course, the 9th.
Well, this is the 4th and final Rolex Series event of the year. Let's take a look at what's happened so far.
Right, it's not good, Tyrrell. Oh, right at it, more like.
It's Rolex Series number 4, a very worthy champion. Fabulous. It really is just fabulous. He's got it. And the Scottish Open has its youngest winner.
To hit those shots in the moments that matter, that's why you play the game.
It is an American victory on European soil.
Impressive names on those trophies. There's pretty talented players who've lifted that trophy aloft at the end of the week.
Cyril Hatton 2-1 to make this. Do you think this drops, Warren?
Yeah, I've got a seeking suspicion we might see 2 birdies here. This is definitely a makeable distance. Oh, we just hit it too hard. Oh. Again, it was another one of those coming to break and then falling the other way. A little double breaker, always annoying.
(11-4) on to hold this Zalatoris, but he has had his struggles on the greens today. He's found every one of them in regulation, but just 12 feet hold. And in it goes. Fully deserved for the ball striking so far today. Back-to-back birdies, and Zalatoris now to 3 under par.
See half of the ball here for Horschel, all the way uphill. Hard to get up onto the green from that rough, and he hasn't managed it. And not an easy pin today. Narrow neck at the front of the green, that's where the flag's cut, so not much width to work with.
I guess the good thing you'd say is he's given himself a bit more of a chance by missing it on the side. That gives him more green to work with. It's 195 yards for Rosner.
Probably 6 iron here. Not a big one. Ball above his feet. Promotes a bit of a draw, and he has found the left bunker, short-siding himself. 499 yards the 9th, and a pretty tough one. Pretty much all the way uphill, drive a fraction, I suppose, downhill from the tee, but you're pitching into an upslope so that you don't get much run on the ball. And then if you find the fairway, uphill second. That's why you want to be a little right of the flag, that pin cut over on the left side in that little pear-shaped front section of the green. Not giving you much of a target. It's almost in the shape of Africa, that 9th green, isn't it?
It is actually. Have you seen that par 3 down in South Africa that's whatever, 600 yards long or something? You play it from right at the top of a cliff that you get a helicopter to an African-shaped green. Looks incredible.
Yeah, it is. Must be quite a thrill playing down onto it.
How many of these drives are finding the fairway then, Warren?
1.
That's my gut instinct as well. And that one could be leaking a little left for Zalatoris.
That's okay. He's hit it far enough to avoid the thick stuff. I think the thicker stuff is maybe on the right, but I might change, say none now.
Oh no, absolute dead eye with the driver, Tyrrell Hatton. This might not even miss the centre cut, never mind the fairway.
This is bold play. This is bold. I like it. No fence sitting.
Absolutely not. I've nailed my colours to the post.
Don't let him down, Tyrrell. Don't feel the pressure.
Oh, another one of those dead straight ones, is it? Absolute money, Cyril Hatton, with that driver today.
Glad to see your crystal balls back.
You and me both. I was worried over the first couple of days. Horschel with that little pitch, and nicely judged. I have to say, I quite enjoy seeing the pros have to hit a few long irons into a par 4 like they do here on the 9th. Not something we get to see too often these days.
Yeah, I think for the majority of the field they're hitting, you know, a long medium iron. Oh, this is going to be tough for Rosner. He's got to get some real height on it, and as I said earlier on, it's hard to get a lot of spin, so usually they release once they hit the green. And chase away.
I was expecting to see a longer follow through there. He almost stabbed it out.
Yeah. He almost needed some real whip, some speed to get it through. May just not have had the line. The sand ball could have been sitting down a bit. Had to dig for it. He was really getting his knees well bent. Almost lower his centre of gravity.
Yeah, it's been an interesting rise for Antoine Rosner. He was playing on the Alps Tour in 2017, the 3rd tier of European golf. Got himself promoted up to the Challenge Tour. Played there 2018, 2019, a couple of wins on that circuit. Found his way up to the European Tour, 26th in the race to Dubai last year. So it's been a steady and impressive rise for the Frenchman.
Well, both these players a couple under par coming into the 9th hole. Both have putts to save par, but Rosner very much longer than Horschel. Hasn't held anything of any great length so far today, but really could do with one here.
And it's 13 to 5 that he does hold this one.
Break right to left outside the hole.
Horschel now with his chance to save par. We said earlier he needs at least an 8th placed finish to have a chance of overtaking Collin Morikawa this week. 8th place right now, 7 under par, so needs a huge final round and a half, Horschel. He saved the par on the difficult 9th. Out in 1 under par 35 today, Horschel. Drop shot for Antoine Rosner. That's his first bogey of the day. He won't be the last person to fall foul of that 9th hole, though. Just like his playing partner, that's an outward half of 35 strokes.
Two pretty good drives, though. Tee shots over 300 yards, coming uphill.
4-1 on the par. Difficult pin position. 5-1 birdie or better. Maybe. Not.
Yeah, timing not quite there.
Zalatoris shorter for the birdie at 11-1, but playing out of the rough. A little heart-to-heart going on there between Cyril Hatton and his caddy Mick Donaghy.
He's got it on a string, hasn't he? Not really doing anything wrong from tee to green. Sometimes you tell people, well, maybe there are too many coaches around these days. There's a coach for almost every department of the game. Maybe a good putting coach might be a very valuable asset to Zalatoris. Maybe he has one, I'm not sure, but needs to find a way to hole a few putts.
He certainly does, and at 7th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained tee to green, if he does, well, we've seen what he's capable of in the long game today. Hit every green in regulation, one of them under regulation as well, the par 5 7th. You can see why he's picked up 1.325 strokes per round on the field average from tee to green in the past full PGA Tour season.
Pretty innocuous looking hole, really, 10. It's just a straightaway hole, 437. Doesn't look too intimidating on the tee. Strange enough, it's one of the harder fairways to hit, or has been over the years.
Well, no fairway, as you say. 6-4 favourite. We don't see that very often in the longest drive market, but it is a tough one to hit.
These two players have not necessarily been at their best with this shot, the driver. That's a fairway missed.
Yeah, as Billy says, kicked it 10 yards left. It was heading just for the rough, but I think it's found the bark mulch. So that's 6-4. No fairway. It's Antoine Rosner who's the second man to go.
Yeah. I think that 64 is looking pretty good right now.
Looking very good. I just saw on his putter head cover there, putt like a kid. Oh, that is way left. Little hop up in the air. And 6-4 it was.
Oh no. Well, maybe it's not. Well, it's not too bad here. Now these shots, they look difficult to handicap golfers, but actually if you get them right, you can almost line them up sometimes like a putt. It's going to come out with a lot of release. Just have to pop it in the right place and you know it's going to run. Yeah, they're not as difficult. As long as you've got green to work with, they're okay. If you've no green, then it's much harder.
Zalatoris for his birdie effort. Seven to 5 to hole it. And another one just ekes by the side of the hole.
I could almost take a bet now that he won't hole another putt for the entire round.
Wow.
You know, first putt. Don't know what the odds would be for that. I just don't get any feeling of confidence. No.
Cyril Hatton hasn't fared well on this difficult ninth. 30 rounds, 9 over. He needs to hold this to avoid being 10 over on this hole over the course of 31 rounds. I fancy him to knock this one in though.
Yeah. That crystal ball of yours, it's whatever you did to it last night, it's working.
So good up and down from Tyrrell Hatton. It's a 2 under par front nine. After that lightning start with 3 birdies in the first 3 holes. Let's have a little look at the leaderboard as things stand here at the DP World Tour Championship on the European Tour Betcast. Just casting my eye over the scores for our 2 pairings today, and interesting, if you were betting in the low round market within the 2 balls, both of them level pegging over the front 9. Rosner and Horschel both 1 under par, Zalatoris and Hatton both a couple under, so well poised in those head-to-head battles. Ian Poulter, part of our coverage yesterday's made a positive start today. Lowry Cantor 3 under par through 10. Tapio Pulkkinen, well, he was up there after the first round, unfortunately heading in the wrong direction now. Danny Willett, former Masters champion, 2-time Rolex Series winner, 3 under today to sneak under par for the tournament. Billy Horschel there as well, needs to get moving up the leaderboard, but this lie will not help him do that.
Oh, is he right on the edge? Look at that.
Well, he's got a bit lucky there actually, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's not as bad as we thought, because at least there's grass underneath the ball.
Yeah, it's that down green area. You see it. 105 to 900. I think it's more across here, mate, to be honest. You know what I mean? I think I've misjudged it. This is, for me, it's right to left, not a great deal of help.
So 141 to the hole, pin back right, so coming from the left side is a good angle really into the pin.
I mean, given that he is just in the grass and has got a reasonably decent lie, 18 to 5 for birdie.
Keeping this all right of the flag too, you can do, that would help. You don't mind. Full ball back to the pin. Yeah.
18 to 5 for birdie, not totally out of the question. A little short, I think, to tempt me in, but you never know.
Ooh. I just absolutely flew out of there. Well, nothing much going here for Rosner. Tree directly on his line to the flag. You can see the pin just to the right of the trunk of the tree that's ahead of him, right in front of the TV tower. Lie, on the other hand, doesn't look too bad, but got to strike this perfectly to get it up and over the tree. Catch this a little bit thin. Won't be good news. Well, interesting to see the odds on the next putt for Rosner.
I think the chances of a 3-putt will be a lot shorter than the chances of a 1-putt. But he did lag one really long putt close early in his round.
So what are the odds on no par? Whoa.
Good target.
Now I expect this man to hit the fairway. Hardest fairway to hit on the earth course, but he's hardly put a foot wrong so far today. He's only seeing the centre of the fairway.
So you're going at least 1. Are you going 2 in the number of drives on the fairway?
I'm going 1. Oh, I'm going. Yeah, no, I'm going to go 2 because you've told me he doesn't miss fairways.
Stop doubting Cyril Hatton. It might be Will Zalatoris that's cost you though. Maybe you should have stuck with the 1 and it would have been Hatton.
I mean, he hit the fairway on the fly. I got the most awful bounce.
Well, I think that's what fools people a little bit. There's a bit more camber down the right-hand side of that fairway than you think. Quite common to see players land it in the fairway and it just trickled down into the rough, exactly as happened there.
Golf is not fair. Never fair.
Little lean.
Oh, he's not hit the fairway either.
Well, that had a pretty violent bounce to the left also.
We should have just stuck with no one's going to hit this fairway.
Well, with a 54% fairway hit rate, you would think if you back one person in every 2 ball that comes through there to hit the fairway, you'd hopefully end the day in profit. Horschel, wow, that one's just gone away from him.
Wasn't a very good blow at all. Got that horribly wrong.
He is a good putter though, and Rosner will need to be here. Just 81 feet this one, Warren.
So within 3 feet, exceptionally good. But his pace putting's been very good though today. I have to give it to him. Look at the amount of borrow from right to left though on this, and yeah.
So Rosner and Horschel really fighting to save par now on the 10th.
Yeah, you don't want to be dropping a shot on 10. It's one of the holes, the early holes on the back 9, 10 and 11. Really good chances normally to make a birdie.
So 11 to 8, Horschel to hold this. 15 to 8 on that he misses. 1-putt percentage isn't great at 39.08%, 121st. But he's a better putter than that in general. 51st in strokes gained putting, picking up 0.285 strokes per round on the greens. Sort of creeps into his putts, doesn't he? Like he's sneaking up on the ball. And he's sneaking that one into the hole for par.
Yeah, well, that could be much gold to him later on. It's a good save. I mean, over the years, 3.86 is how the hole plays, so well under its par. Same as the 11th. It's 3.84, so you are normally looking to get off to a decent start on the back nine with some red numbers over these two holes. So again, Rosner needs to pop this in, avoid the 3-putt.
It's a nicely orthodox setup that Rosner has on the greens.
Shaft of the club and the forearms in a line. Well, they've both done well there. I mean, it looked like they could both make bogeys, and they walk off both with pars. Much relief.
Yeah, I think you'd have been tempted to have a little dabble on them both dropping a shot there, but
it literally looks like 115, doesn't it?
I know, it's because the pin's on 40 freaking one.
That's mental.
Yeah, I've never seen that far back here. Straight in there. 1, 3, 4. Crazy. But that's what she's saying, so play the number.
That's just the normal gap way.
Yeah, a bit of breeze, but yeah, fine with that.
Would you like to grip down then, so there's a bit of help. I mean, that's wet, isn't it? Well, touch, yeah, but it's like set up pretty good.
So you can make it a little bit of help. Grip down, innit? Well,
Let it grip down.
yeah, there's plenty up there with us right now.
apologies for any bad language you may have picked up there in the conversation between caddy and player.
Interesting here, because he said it looks, well, it only looks 115, it's actually 134, so he's got to hit this a bit harder than what his eye is seeing. Can he manage to do that? Heard him say ball jumped. Chance to have a look at this simple action here from the American Zalatoris. Again, just a, I was going to say a little flick, but he doesn't have much flick in his swing at all. It's all wide arc.
Yeah, if that picture of the lie was taken in the direction he's hitting, he had pretty good access to the back of the ball. But not enough just to get the spin to hold it, but that's just onto the apron, not too bad.
Dogleg hole, right to left. But you don't want to go down the left side. You've really got to be up the right to get a view of the green.
Who's winning the hole? I'm going to go Antoine Rosner. I'm going against the favourite, looking for a bit of value.
There's nothing there for a hole halved.
There isn't. Money back?
Ah, okay.
Hopefully. So Horschel safely into the fairway. Just an iron for Rosner.
Yeah, I'm going 2 4s here. I don't think anyone's going to birdie it. I'm not getting the vibes.
Well, Rosner...
Unless they both birdie. I'm going for a halved hole.
Rosner birdied it on the opening day. Let's hope for a repeat performance. So both in the fairway. Rosner will be playing his second shot first. Of course, in match play, that's an opportunity to pile a bit of pressure on your opponent, but I'm sure Billy Horschel won't be thinking about that. That's just in our minds for our head-to-head market.
If he is thinking about that, it's a bit worrying.
very true. Let's hope he isn't thinking about that.
Worrying about an imaginary head-to-head battle. Yeah. I suppose there are ways of taking pressure off your shoulders, thinking of other things. Well, he's putting from off the green here, so technically this is a chip, so he could actually have a one putt on this hole.
He could, and it's also just occurred to me, but is this his first missed green of the round, I think, as well, albeit by about 3 inches.
Yeah. Of course, if he holds it, it goes down as a chip in. Putter was never on the line at all there at any stage.
What is it that's not quite working for Will Zalatoris on the greens? You mentioned earlier we saw a couple of misreads there.
It doesn't look like there's a swing of the putter. There's no rhythm to it. You need acceleration through the ball. So the putt is just a very shortened version of a swing, and by definition a swing is something with movement, flowing movement, and you want acceleration through the impact. See the difference here? This is a swing. There's a definite impact to this, but it's through the ball.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit pop strokey the way Tyrrell Hatton does it. Not quite to the extent of Brandt Snedeker, but it works.
But there is a swing, and that will go down as no putt. It's a chip in, even though he used the putter. But it doesn't matter if it's brisk, as long as it's an even tempo. You know, you don't want it back slow and a jab forward. Almost the same strength backwards and through.
Yeah, first birdie for Hatton since the third, and he goes to 4 under par. Rosner with his approach into the 11th.
Front pin today, front right corner. Look how far right he's aiming, well right of the green. So that's on the money. I wonder if we're going to get halved in 3.
Could be. Or Antoine Rosner might just win it. Let's see, what's Billy Horschel got as his reply? Well, 11 to 10, birdie or better, par 11 to 8 on, so not a huge amount of difference. So the bookie's certainly suggesting that pretty good chance Horschel does make a 3 here. Is that what you're predicting? Halved in 3 and backing the 11 to 10 birdie or better for Horschel?
Yep. Crisp hit, wasn't it? Oh, I'm feeling good.
There's every chance now.
I'm feeling good.
I'm still optimistic as well, to be honest. I don't want to wish for Horschel to miss it, of course, but it is in that sort of range where it's certainly missable. Rosner, you would hope, would pop his in. Hatton 4th in the race to Dubai.
Well, I wonder if he could start the back nine the way he started the front nine. Started the front nine with 3 straight birdies. He's birdied the 10th. This is very much a birdie hole. 12 would be a really good birdie today.
And he has birdied this hole the first 2 days.
Now, are you worried he's out with the 3-wood?
You know what, I am a little bit. It's one of those where I know you have your strategy, but he's hitting it so well with driver. So group hole score, I mean, 1 under or level par maybe. certainly seen it's an accessible pin position. Over 0.5 under par.
Ah, you shouldn't have been worried. Look.
Oh,
it's absolutely perfect.
Right here.
Iron for Zalatoris. So the bit of extra distance, just as we saw from Rosner in the previous group, allows him to hit the iron here.
Very fast body rotation. Good news about that. Keep his arms up in time with his body.
So here's the big putt for Billy Horschel and Warren Humphreys, predicting a half in 3 and that Horschel would make the birdie before he struck his second shot.
Yeah, I'm giving them both these putts. I mean, I don't know why they just don't pick it up and walk up onto the next hole.
You're a very generous man. I would like to play golf with you if you're going to give those kind of putts, but
I can't believe that.
Well,
I think he did that out of spite.
do you think he heard your predictions and was like, you know what?
I better be quiet about this one then, but can't see this one missing really.
Yeah, Rosner does convert for his birdie 3 and he wins the hole. Billy Horschel settling for just a par 4. And that also edges Rosner ahead in the low round of the day market as well. Three-way tie at the top of the halfway stage in the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast live from the Earth Course, the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. And it's a star-studded leaderboard, isn't it, there? Major champions Shane Lowry, Rory Mcilroy, Collin Morikawa, Martin Kaymer and Sergio Garcia. And a sprinkling of young guns as well, Sam Horsfield, Bob McIntyre, last week's winner on the fire course in the Aviv Dubai Championship, Joachim B. Hansen. Oh, Richard Bland, what a great story he's been this year, and looking to finish on a high, carrying a bit of a knee injury the last couple of weeks, but not letting that get in the way of his fine form. 3 under early on for his day. Well, I said earlier I was surprised to see Patrick Reed down the leaderboard, and he's making a move up it now. So that's the view back down the 12th. How many will hit the fairway? 11 to 8 on, both of them do, so that's the favourite. A little bit of an angle to the fairway. It's a wide one, but we have seen the odd miss from Rosner. I'm going to go with 1 here at 13 to 10.
Oh, he's done well to miss that bunker. It's not going to be too bad now. Not particularly good news for where the flag is cut, mind you. I don't think he's got much chance of getting too close.
So that brings 10 to 1 that neither of them hit the fairway into play now, but I'm still hanging on to my 13 to 10 prediction.
Yeah, I don't think Horschel will miss the fairway here. Although he did pull the tee shot on the 10th.
Yeah, my thinking is the miss for him has been left when it hasn't quite faded back enough. The fact that that fairway does just eke from right to left maybe helps with a slightly larger target if he does not quite get the fade he's after. Oh, come on. Oh, this is tight. That might be bunker.
I'll be in the bunker.
So it is 0 at 10 to 1. Could have made a nice little profit on that one if you were brave enough.
Come on.
It's good now. Can Hatton follow him in? 114. Bit of body English.
That is just bounced straight back and come back.
He's never short of a comment, is there? I mean, it would be strange if he didn't comment after every shot.
I'd be worried if I started to not hear feedback from Hatton after the shot, but it certainly works for him. 30 years old, 6 European Tour wins, 4 of those Rolex Series wins, 4th in the race to Dubai and 20th in the world ranking. And as you said earlier, Warren, it's okay to get a little bit angry and frustrated. You've just got to get over it and clear your head in time for the next shot. And that's what he's done especially well latterly in his career.
Well, he does have a good sense of humour, despite his explosive nature.
Yeah, this was the shot into the first. As we take a look at his highlights today, it was a perler, and that would go in for an opening 3.
Not a great second shot. Pretty good pitch from off the left edge of the green, but second birdie of the day recorded.
And it was 3 on the bounce on the third. He wasn't overly happy with the approach shot in, but all was forgiven as the putter did the work.
Just through the green, got a fly with the second shot on the 10th, and nicely in. Just out his back 9 with the birdie.
So also had a bogey on the 4th. Pars aside from that, so 3 under par on the day. And the stats have been pretty good. 8 out of 9 fairways hit. The driver has been absolutely superb. 7 of 11 greens as well. There have been shots he's been frustrated with. But all in all, putting together a pretty good round today, Tyrrell Hatton.
Yeah, 2 par 5s to come as well on this side. Couple of good par 4s left as well.
So Patrick Reed, who is 4 under for the day, hit it closest here, 2.5 feet. Those red dots are the 3 birdies that have gone in so far. $10-3 to hold this, Cyril Hatton. Yes or no, Warren?
I'm going yes. I think he's got the feel today.
Get there, get there. Gets there. Warren Humphreys warming up the crystal ball. And Tyrrell Hatton warming up nicely at the start of this back 9. You said, can he start the back 9 the way he started the front 9? Well, he's having a very good go at it. Birdie, birdie on 10 and 11.
12, I think, is really tough hole, though, and it's a really tough pin. So, you've got to hit 2 exquisite shots there if you want to make 3. Now, Zalatoris. Giraffe-like stance. See, the putter actually didn't go through. He got the putter head to the ball and it just stopped. It was long hit. There's no through stroke. There's no acceleration. It's obviously hanging over the hole, but very rarely do they go in. He's only got 10 seconds.
I mean, the tee to green game is so good. You have to wonder at what point do the frustrations really kick in that you're just not making the birdies that the rest of your game deserves.
I wonder what the caddy thinks. Now then, Horschel having found the bunker all the way uphill, pin on the very front section. Oh, you see, this is why it's so tough. Look, there's just nothing to aim at there on that front section, especially as you're coming up quite a big slope. It doesn't look that big on the camera angles down on the fairway, but it does play significantly uphill.
And playing out of the rough, Rosner also going to really struggle to get enough spin on this to hold it down near the pin at the front of the green. We'll have to try and send this into orbit.
Yeah, it plays uphill 9. It's quite a lot. Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of balls back there. So hard to get it to that front edge.
Yeah, it's the prudent play if you're out of position off the tee, isn't it? So this time it was 0 in the group before. Hatton's been straight.
I'm going 2.
Yeah. I'm going to go 1. I was thinking then and tried to get it out before he hit.
Somehow missed the bunker.
Oh, and it's up against the face. That will not fill him with joy.
So again, 0 comes into play at 7-1. Those odds will of course shorten. Now Hatton has missed the fairway with the first tee shot, but 21-20 for the 1 still in play.
I think they're missing the fairway. It's actually quite a wide fairway. You're almost playing into a valley. You get the feeling it comes in from both sides, but I've seen a lot of players go down that tiger line down the left, trying to cut it in off that left bunker. Also going left. Maybe there's just a misjudgment with the wind, maybe off the right.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on out there, because all 4 players in our featured groups here on the European Tour Betcast missed it to the left.
Well, it's hardly any wind. Look, that flag is absolutely limp. The trees hardly moving at all. There's nothing much stirring in those.
Just 2 Americans have won the BMW PGA Championship, and Rory Horschel this year joining one of the greats, Arnold Palmer, the king, in 1975.
Except Arnold Palmer won it at La Manga in Spain.
Very true. Oh, 66-1 on that this doesn't go in. And he was in what you would call 3-putt country, but not anymore. We've seen some really good long putting from this group, actually, haven't we?
Yeah, and the greens are absolutely brilliant, fantastic surfaces. I must say, if you can't putt on these, you can't putt on anything, which is rather worrying for Zalatoris.
I don't know where this pitch was. I told you, it landed in the frames on the knob.
Well, birdie putt, but again, down the slopes. It's not one you want to really be racing at, so you just try and cozy it down there at dead pace. If she falls in, great.
Oh, it went in with some pace as well. Head in the hands a little bit. Back-to-back birdies for Antoine Rosner. And speaking of that tournament that Arnold Palmer won in 1975, you played in that, didn't you, Warren?
I did. Yeah, it was many moons ago, but have a look at this putt here. Look at this turn at the end. Wow, and that was going in at pace. If that misses the hole, it's 6-7 feet past.
Yeah, Horschel did just tidy up for his par. In 1975, you were a founder member of the European Tour, Warren. 50 years this month you've been a member.
I have. But going back to 75, at La Manga, they'd only just opened the course, and when you get down there, there's only one hotel to stay in. Hadn't actually fully dried out from being put up. So a lot of the rooms were very damp. I remember sleeping between towels. Not the best of experience, I had. I'm sure Arnold was well taken care of.
I reckon he got one of the rooms that was dry.
Yeah, I do remember though, he played 2 brilliant shots to the final hole, a par 5, hit his second shot over the creek in normal Palmer style, had an eagle putt, but only required the birdie 2 putts to win. That's quite a severe bunker face, isn't it? Not anything shallow about that.
Oh, it's just terrible, isn't it?
Yeah. Where are you going to get up there, mate?
I mean, the ball's so far below my feet at address. I mean, absolute most will be comfortable will be wedge. Obviously, you can't get to the green.
No, whatever, you just basically try and get it towards that right-hand bunker.
I know, but the hard thing is, because you can't see anything thanks to the wonderfully designed 20-foot lip.
Can you see that?
No, I don't think I can.
All right.
He doesn't mince his words, does he, Tyrrell? And if there was a little bit of fruity language there, we apologise again. But
and that crane's based at the right edge of that greenside bunker.
Ideally, on that, is that fairway there?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't want to hit anything more than a wedge, he says, because of the lip. But the ball's a long way below his feet. The thing about that is, very easy to hit it thin, and if you hit it thin, brings that lip into play. So he's got to make sure he gets the ball first.
Okay.
Got a bit of sand.
All right.
Fairway?
Yes.
Up the middle of the fairway.
And then he's going to be coming uphill to a green with a flag on the front. It's not the easiest up and down.
I think long in the future, when Cyril Hatton steps away from playing the game, he'd make a very interesting on-course commentator.
He looks like he's going to be a very good caddy. I don't think he's sacked his man. You don't see players do that very often, do you? Oh, I'll take the bag and walk on down.
Ten to 3 on the par here for Will Zalatoris. 13 to 2 birdie or better. Well, I don't doubt that he'll hit this one reasonably close. It's just whether he can get it in the hole. Oh, that's a big flyer.
Wow.
We saw Hatton carrying the bag there for his caddy, Mick Donaghy. They do have a great relationship. I remember hearing a story. Donaghy was struggling a little bit with his fitness at an event, I think a couple of years ago. Had some back problems, came onto the range, sat down having a bit of trouble, and Tyrrell Hatton actually came over and laced up his shoes for him because Donaghy was having trouble. So not too many players that would do that and go to those lengths. So the softer side of Tyrrell Hatton.
But he didn't turn around and say, "Oh, don't worry, Mick, take the day off. I'll get someone else."
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Right. Or get somebody else. Can I just have a bag carrier to carry? But I designate him as the caddy.
I think Donaghy was fine with the walking. It was the bending over that was the issue. I think. So Horschel's bogeyed this hole the first couple of days, but an excellent shot in there and a look at birdie on the 13th.
Looks like he's a long way back. flag is cut 8 paces from the front edge of the green. Looks like he's about 40 or 50 yards short. So he probably needs to pitch this somewhere about a 60-yard marker. Get some height on this. At least he's on the fairway, so he knows he can get the right sort of spin. He can get plenty of backspin. Get this to stop.
Well, he'll need to if he wants to make the par at 23 to 20.
Thought he did it a little bit too hard, but it's pretty good.
It's always a good idea never to talk or react until the ball finishes. Sometimes you hate it, and you've maybe got a bit lucky and it ends up close. Just claim it, go with it.
Yeah, I think Tyrrell's too honest for that though, isn't he?
Very much so. So this is really difficult from Zalatoris over the back of the green here. It's going to be quick as it gets down towards the hole, but it puts pressure on the rest of your game when you do miss a green, when you hit as many of them as Zalatoris does and have the struggles with the putter. You really feel that this part of the armoury needs to be even stronger, because any foot further away and you're just thinking, oh.
Yeah, and also you haven't had much practice at playing pitch. You don't know how the ball's sometimes going to react once it gets on the green. So playing to make this one run out, go in with low flight.
Completely missed the hill.
Yeah, completely missed the hill, said Zalatoris, and it didn't take the break down to the hole. Rosner for 3 birdies in a row. Marcus Armitage, as I'm just looking at the leaderboard, 3 birdies in his first 5 holes, and the bullet is up to 7 under par, tied 8th. Lowest score of any of the players out on the course at this moment.
So the bullet's firing, is he?
He certainly is, Warren.
Or the bullet is fired up, I suppose.
He's flying. Horschel just had to settle for the par. Oh, wow, this is getting a little bit sticky for Will Zalatoris here. Par putt goes by, so it will be a first drop shot of the day, but still with a little bit of work for the American to make sure it is just one drop shot. Hatton has this to save his par. Oh, that's a pretty big lip out. Apologies for the language there.
Just seemed to close the blade on a little bit before he made contact. I think I just started a fraction left more than he wanted, although he is surprised that it's missed. In his mind's eye, I think he just thought, well, I'll just go up and brush this one in.
So back to 4 under par, Tyrrell Hatton. Another little look at that horrible lip out off the left-hand side. Zalatoris does sweep that one in for his 5 as well. A first drop shot today, back to 2 under. So a hole this pair will want to put behind them quickly and move to the par 3 13th.
Yeah, well, I did say that's one of the harder holes on the back 9, as is the 16th. So 2 par 5 still to come for them. Birdie chances are still out there.
And there is a charging Marcus Armitage at 3 under par for the round, 7 under for the total.
Rosner, 591. Oh, he's aimed it down the right again, and there's rough down there. Although he got a fair old bound forward, so it may still be able to get on.
Yeah, they moved the tee up a little bit here, Warren.
I think so.
So who's going to win the hole? We've seen Rosner's tee shot. Horschel, the slight favourite. 11 to 8. I'm backing Rosner. He is longer off the tee. Both have missed the odd shot today as well. Yeah, the par 5s around here on the earth course are a bit touch and go whether you can get up in 2 or not. So anytime you've got a longer player who does have a better chance of reaching, I'd fancy them. So I'm going with the outsider Rosner here. Can Horschel find the fairway? Well, Warren, you'll be relieved to hear that if the hole is halved and you have a bet on that market, you get your money back, so you can reinvest it in another one.
Very good news.
I saw the leaderboard just a moment ago. There are the in-play live odds for the outright tournament winner as we stand. Rory Mcilroy a shot back of the lead, but 13 to 8 favourite. Collin Morikawa's at 6 to 1 on 8 under par 2 back, and Sergio Garcia 12 to 1. So, as we've already said, it has been a struggle for Hatton on the par 3s this week. But he's 5 to 1 to make birdie here. 192 yards, the 13th. Oh, super shot, just right of the pin. Slope just filtering it a couple of feet further away. There will be a swing on that from right to left though. There's a look at the 3 pin positions for the first 3 rounds and the average proximity, so only an inch in it over the first 2 rounds. Hatton's ball 12.9 feet away. What can Zalatoris do? Can he get it inside 10.5 feet, 11 to 1? Well, the little slope we saw that just edges that ball further away makes me favour the over 10.5 feet. So another decent iron shot from Zalatoris, but that will probably be just outside 20 feet. This is the DP World Tour Championship, the European Tour Betcast from the Earth Course, Jumeirah Golf Estates, here in Dubai. Clear blue skies, just the gentlest of breezes. And with that leaderboard, we are going to see some action over the weekend. It's tantalisingly poised. So many star names in with a shout in this tournament. And of course, Collin Morikawa looking to seal the deal in the race to Dubai. Another American, Johannes Veerman, a winner at the D&D Real Czech Masters earlier this season in Prague, has made a good start today. Richard Bland has just dropped a couple of shots. Rosner, part of our coverage today, 3 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament through 13. Patrick Arnaus, nice to see him playing well. He is carrying a little bit of a wrist injury at the moment, so not able to practice as much as he would like.
Yeah, having moved the tee forward 35 yards today, it's a little bit more sporty, this hole, but it's a wickedly devilish pin. Cut in a little basin halfway up the green, away on the right. Almost if you could just thread the ball on the front edge and have it rolling gently down the spine of the green, it will just take off down towards the hole. So there are chances here for eagles. Horschel going through this routine where he tries to get a real feeling of what he wants to do. A lot of thought buzzing through the head.
We jump back to the 13th green. Zalatoris having a look at this one from all angles, and we saw how much Horschel's putt moved on a similar line, but about half the distance. This is going to have significant swing from right to left. Pace and line really have to be spot on. 6-1 that he holds it. I'm going nowhere near that.
Just watch how much the putt ahead goes after the impact compared to the backswing. Not much. I think it's quite hard when you do that to get a feel, a consistent feel of how the ball should come off the face of the club. Up ahead though, taking this on, Horschel. Trying to cut one in off the left bunker.
Oh, it's floating on me. Okay, it worked out.
Oh, this could be good. Take the slope just the wrong side of the spine. 3 feet further right, that would have gone down the hill towards the flag. Would have looked very good.
Hatton, can he play this one with enough break to hold it? 13-10 says that he does.
Oh, I've got a feeling again in my toes here that this could be good news.
Is that where you get your feelings, in your toes?
Oh yeah. Oh no.
If that had gone in, I'd have told you to get your toes insured, but
maybe I should just uncross my legs. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, pins and needles can be dangerous, folks.
Oh, this could be dangerous too. For a man that's been aiming a long way right all the time, he's still aiming right here.
Go. Go, 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 go hard. Go.
It's just not made at front bunker. Oh, that's going to be tricky.
Zalatoris tidying up for the par. So he stays 2 under for the tournament. Level par for the par 3s this week. I'm trying to work out what those little pictures are on his shirt, or if they're just random splodges.
Yeah, you don't want a random splodge on your shirt.
Well, it's handy if you're a messy eater. It sort of covers it up, doesn't it? So there you can see the leaderboard just cycling through bottom right. Marcus Armitage, Max Kiefer making a bit of an early move as well. And Patrick Reed to 5 under for the day and the tournament now, sneaking himself into the top 20.
back on the tee.
Where are you going with the group hole score on this one, Warren?
I'm going 1 under.
I don't think we've had a 2 under in any of these par 5 group hole scorings that we've done throughout the first 2.5 rounds here. So I'm not going to say 2 under, I'm going to agree with you and say 1.
Oh, that's popped up right on top of the grass. He'll like that when he gets down there. Yeah, I think this is a tricky green, because even if you get up and on or around the green, it's not the easiest one to get up and down where the flag is cut. Certainly Rosner's going to be facing a very difficult bunker shot. Zalatoris, let's see if we can find the fairway. Oh, can he find the fairway? How far down the fairway does he want to go? That is massive tee shot.
I mean, it carried a long way and it bounced a long way too, so short of the bunker here, Rosner. Played way open.
Yeah, I thought he was actually in sand. No, he's nowhere near.
Could he just not go straight at that, or has he pulled it?
Well, I think he's done a bit of both. He's pulled it, but I mean, to go straight at it, you're pitching on a down side hill slope. Whether he was trying to play that for the slope and he's just hit it too far. Now, probably 10 feet in front of him, maybe 8 feet, it starts to go really downhill. So this is very much a touch putt. Eagle putt, 57 feet. Green's 12.1 on the stimp meter.
His lag putting has been excellent. This one 25 to 1.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh my God!
And in it goes! 25 to 1, the 57-footer for eagle. The hat goes in the air. Don't stop, don't stop. Oh, it didn't, Billy. Not until it got to the bottom of the cup.
Definitely worth another look. Thought he'd actually undercooked this by some way. Look, there, he's going to struggle to get to the hole, but he was urging it, and it had a wiggle.
Oh my God!
I thought it was going to stay out on the left lip just at the end. It had a little wiggle left. But gravity was on Horschel's side. A wonderful putt for eagle. And Horschel hops to 3 under par now. That's on the round and the tournament. Rosner 3 under as well, so just like that he's closed the gap in today's low round match between the two. Can Rosner hold this to edge back ahead?
Well, if he does hold it, it will be 3 under between the two of them. We hadn't thought of that one.
Unfortunately, we were only predicting it for the group behind. I might have to revise it after seeing that. I went level par.
Still a little bit to do. It's this couple of feet short. So again, still putting down the hill. We'll have his shadow just on the hole.
In for the par, so alongside Billy Horschel's eagle, that's a 2 under par total on the hole for this group. For the ones behind though, Hatton and Zalatoris, Warren and I both fancied 1 under par as the group total. Do you care to revise that prediction now?
Nope. Although, no, I'm going to stay where I am.
375 yards, that tee shot from Will Zalatoris.
Yeah, that's some hit, isn't it? So he'll be aiming on the right-hand edge of that left-hand bunker. That will be the lie. But look how far the ball is above the feet. This is seriously awkward. If you're trying to cut it off a lie like this, you'd think it would come out very low.
First class spinny, would you believe it? Oh my God, go!
Don't go too much. Settle. Well, that's a little bit longer than the one that Horschel had, but he's on the dance floor at least.
Yeah, I hope he was paying attention to what Horschel did up ahead as he was waiting to hit his second in the fairway, because might have learned a little bit about what that putt does from that sort of area. Just an iron now from 214 for Zalatoris.
Well, look where the flag is cut. Right of those the 2 bunkers down the right. Doesn't give you much to go at with the water on the right. Got to aim for the middle of the section of the green and cut it in. Like that. Oh, he's just missed a little bit of the slope as well.
Might be some adrenaline pumping through the veins. So, both players at -3 for the round, and the current in-play odds. Horschel still the slight favourite, 6-4 on. Antoine Rosner evens.
Yeah, I like driver on the green side trap, the big one obviously. Yeah. So you're carrying that shot on the left, the last on the right. Good. Yeah.
So safely into the fairway for Billy Horschel. And driver for Antoine Rosner. An aggressive play on this hole, Warren.
Yeah, but I think where the flag is cut, this is the pin that the players really like to take on, because even if they hit it in the left-hand bunker up by the green, they've got a lot of green to work with. Should easily be able to carry the bunkers in the middle of the fairway. Sometimes they almost move the tee forward a little bit on this hole, really encourage them to have a go at the green. They're not doing that this year. So it's a really good blow to get up. And did he not carry the bunker?
Well, he was saying go, 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 go. So, yeah, you got the impression he was worried about the carry and probably hasn't made it there.
He's hit the low pulley one.
It was teed up pretty low, not really low, but low enough that I thought it was a little unusual given that he was trying to blast one out there with a decent deal of carry.
Well, because we've seen him aim so far right all the time, and to get it back online, if you do come over it a bit, you are going to hit it a bit low and squiffy. Good golfing terminology, that, squiffy.
I like that. I've definitely got 1 or 2 of those in the arsenal.
Although I hear you were on pretty good form yesterday in your little match. I hear you might have been taking the money against Mr. Morgan.
Well, it depends how many shots he was giving me. So just the 2 eagles on 14 this week. Shane Lowry in round 2. And that one we've just witnessed from Billy Horschel. Hatton's putt 16 feet longer than Horschel's at 73 feet. Will Zalatoris with a decent look for eagle as well.
You've got to say, it's pretty much the same line. Don't think there's much difference between this line and the one that Horschel had. Maybe longer. So now it's going to come a little bit from the left ultimately.
Yeah, 35 to 1 feels a bit short for this one for me, that it goes in. Admittedly, of course, we just saw Billy Horschel drain that absolute bomb, but this even longer. Yeah, it was 25 to 1 from 57 feet, Horschel, so you get an extra 10 points. Up to 35 to 1 for the extra, what is it, 16 feet longer, did I say? So, does that sound fair to you in terms of the odds, Warren?
Yeah, I think it's a right. Just, can lightning strike twice in the space of 2 holes?
Funny things happen on golf courses.
Yes.
You told me a couple of weeks ago when we were in Mallorca you once saw lightning hit a cow.
I did, and it exploded. And there was not a cloud in the sky.
So given that, I'm not counting out anything here, and it's perhaps a little wider as it goes over the hill than Horschel's was.
Keep coming. I tell you what, that was magnificent. That's a really good effort. I did think for a minute as that was starting to turn, you know, we could have that lightning bolt.
No, so no lightning bolts striking twice. All cows in the area remain safe.
Really was the most extraordinary thing. Never seen anything like it.
Good birdie for Hatton though. His 6th of the day, and he gets to 5 under par. Billy Horschel sizing up his shot from 132 yards. 6 to 4 to make birdie.
Normally very good with this club from this sort of yardage. Red shots today have been right on the money. Yeah. Very good for control, length of shot. Not bad for direction either. Okay.
18 to 5 for Rosner to make birdie from the fairway bunker.
This is a hard shot. Be doing well. Get inside Horschel's, that's for sure. Yep. Difference between being on the fairway and being in sand, absolutely highlighted there.
4 to 1 for the eagle.
Absolute no chance. I think I could probably make a fair bit of money if I betted against him holing a putt on every green.
I hate to say it, but you are correct based on the evidence we've seen today, and in all fairness, that evidence backed up by the statistical data for Will Zalatoris.
But do you remember when we said this about Morikawa at the Scottish Open? He did the same thing. We said, well, there's no chance he can win next week. He's putting abysmally for a top-line pro. He couldn't get the ball to the hole, sometimes leaving it 10, 12 feet short, and then going 10 or 12 feet past. So what did he do the next week?
Putted the lights out and won the Open Championship.
There you go.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about that most of the day watching Zalatoris, and what we mentioned there as we have a little look again at that incredible eagle putt that Billy Horschel drained on the previous hole. And a slight difference that I would draw between Morikawa and what happened to him there at the Aberdeen Scottish Open.
Oh my God!
What we're seeing from Zalatoris today. Love the reaction from Horschel there.
Well, he said at the last, he said he thought it missed.
Oh my God! I thought it missed.
Oh, the reaction was he thought it missed and then he turned back. Oh, even better.
Yeah.
But just go back to the Zalatoris-Morikawa comparison. Morikawa, statistically in general, a decent putter, and certainly can be a bit streaky and when he gets hot, whereas Zalatoris just statistically a poor putter in general. So it's not like Morikawa came in and struggled that particular week on the greens. It was his first time playing links golf, and he made the adjustment for the next week at the Open Championship. Zalatoris generally struggles on the greens wherever he is.
Watch out here, big blow coming up for Hatton. Oh, didn't get over that middle bunker. He's not had much luck with fairway bunkers, has he?
And they are a proper hazard around here at the Earth course. They are deep.
Probably just not enough breeze behind. 296 to carry the bunker in the centre of the fairway, uphill.
Zalatoris, so we all know that Warren isn't going to predict him making a birdie or better unless he holds his second shot. So par all day long for you here, 13-8.
Yeah, I think he's got to miss the green before he can hole it. Have it just on the edge, as he did on 10, and then it doesn't go down as a putt.
Rosner, having paid the price, not being able to get his approach too close from the fairway bunker. Asking for it to go hard. But it's done okay for him in the end, but never a chance of dropping in.
The hangdog expression there for Rosner. 3 under for the round.
Wow, more than doubled his footage of putts holed with that one on the previous hole. 1 to 13.49 feet. That's still about 35 feet more than Will Zalatoris has holed today. But can he add another 10 feet or so to that number?
Yeah, like shelling peas at the moment now, isn't it? That one a lot more positive though, going in the hole from shorter range, so eagle birdie, that will catapult you up any leaderboard.
Yeah, 3 threes on the bounce for Billy Horschel. The low camera angle suggested this one might have been a little bit shorter, but there's comfortable 3 feet remaining for Rosner here. Manages to find the bottom of the cup though for his part as we take a little journey down the 15th. Yeah, both players hitting aggressive tee shots. Hatton though finding the bunker. Another superb tee shot for Zalatoris. And there's that pin tucked right in the very back right corner of the green. He missed the cut at the Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Houston Open in his last start, Cyril Hatton, so the struggles haven't just appeared this week. I mean, having said that, he is 4 under par for today's round.
Still annoyed that he's got a bounce that's bounced it into the bunker.
101.
So if it bounces straight, he's okay.
Going behind it.
She's sitting there, mate.
There's a bit fast there.
Yeah, you got another 106 to the back. Sage, you going in? Get in the back.
I'll walk in this way, it'd be easier
Alright,
for you,
cool.
wouldn't it?
I'll go over there. She's 4 on the right side, that hip. Oh, that is in the back corner.
And the same fairway bunker in the first round as well.
Hard, because you've got a gap wedge here in your hand. You're trying to take something off it, but you want the strike to be perfect. Got to hit down on the back of the ball here from this situation.
Yeah, 9 to 4 on for par.
Good.
One of my favourite holes on the course. This 16th, Billy Horschel off the tee.
And the fairway bunker, middle of the fairway bunker to miss, and looks like he's got a good bounce. Didn't get a Hatton bounce there, got a Horschel bounce.
Sometimes that's the way it is, things going your way or not. Birdie or better is the favourite here, 10 to 9 on, so the bookies reckon he can hole a putt, but that's not as close as you might have expected that approach to go.
I'm not looking at birdie from either one of these. Now, as up ahead, Rosner. Pin today, strangely, cut on the left. Very left edge of the green, and that's... Oh! Now, there's a break and a half. That wasn't my eyes. That did hop the bunker, didn't it?
It's certainly what it looked like to me, Warren, yeah.
That's a lucky boy there.
Okay.
So pin today on 16, a little bit easier than it's been all week, because really the water not in play, but it's very narrow section. This is a sporty pin. You should see lots of birdies here. May see the odd eagle. I think one or two of the younger big hitters. Rory might fancy his chances of knocking the ball on the green. Really can give it a go, because if they miss it, they've got room to work with to get to that back right flag.
Couple of missed cuts in his last three starts for Will Zalatoris. So some of that really good form he had in the first part of the year has just dwindled in the second half. Does this get past the hole, Warren?
Might just get to the hole. It's a long backswing, no follow through.
Nice roll.
Yeah.
It's one of the better efforts we've seen from him today, to be fair.
But strangely enough, although, you know, that's a pretty good putt, it's not missed by that much, but I don't think I've actually seen him hit a putt where I thought, oh, that's a near miss. And really good putters, if it doesn't go in, you think, oh, that really had a chance. That one was always airing on the low side as they got near the hole, and you knew, really, not much of a chance of it going in.
3 birdies, 1 bogey on the card for Zalatoris, and it's a little under 25 feet for Tyrrell Hatton. But as you can see from those white arrows, significant movement on this one, especially early on in its journey. $11 to 1 to hole this. Does that hold any interest for you at all, Warren?
Well, I think with the putter in his hand today, he has looked good. Only thing that would me question that, he's got a little bit of fringe grass he's got to run the ball through, and then you've got extra vagaries of grass that can interfere with the direction, so certainly a harder putt. Look at the amount of break.
Yeah, that much turn from right to left meant he actually had to play it through even more of that fringe grass, as well, as you quite rightly pointed out. 157, decent look at the pin, as you say, over on the left-hand side, about as generous a pin position as you're likely to get on this hole.
Tell me I got enough of it. I don't think I did, Richard.
It's not bad. There's quite a small shelf up there, so a little bit right of the flag can take a little plateau, knock it down the hill, but it's not too severe.
You like this? Yeah, flick to it.
153 for Rosner and 11-2 to make birdie. I'm tempted by that, I have to say.
Well, his alignment looks better here. It almost looks as if he's lined up to go straight at it.
As you say, when the alignment's good, the result generally is for Rosner as well.
Well, the game's not rocket science, is it? I mean, it's do the basics right at this level. If they do the basics right, then so many good players out there, good swings. But it's easy to fall into little traps where you get out of alignment for whatever reason. But put the basics right. Posture, alignment, ball position, grip. I mean, you're 3/4 of the way there.
And a smile from Tyrrell Hatton, nice to see.
Almost a flat-out laugh. You see, he's got a great sense of humour. The trouble is, you can't hit the ball if you're laughing, so you've got to stop.
Oh, I've given it a good go a few times over the years. So, number of drives on the fairway. The favourite is one of them at evens. 23-20 for 2, 6-1 0. I like them both hitting the fairway here.
Well, he has had a few troubles with bunkers in the middle of the fairway, Hatton. If he can dodge the bunker.
Yeah, double bogey here yesterday as well. Looks to be going just left of the bunker, I hope.
Oh, he's bounced it as well. Oh my, that's 2 in a row.
Do you know what, as I said that looks to be going left of it and saw the first bounce, I was preparing to say, and of course, as Cyril Hatton's luck has gone today, it's kicked into a bunker.
I think he thinks it's in the bunker right now. Do you see the way he threw the tee peg down? He's annoyed. When he gets up there, he might be relieved.
Let's make sure we've got a camera on him when he sees that it's not in the bunker. I want to see that reaction. So the big hitting Zalatoris now. And that should fly the bunker.
And look, the difference, just catching a bit of the downslope, chasing on down the hill, so he's gained a good 30-35 yards on Hatton. See the change of colour on the green, the change of grain there, halfway through the putt here for Horschel.
Right where he stood there, it's going to get quick, isn't it? Because we see it as dark from this angle. That means it's shiny from the side that Billy Horschel is coming, so it will be quick. 15 feet, though, very, very makeable. And 2-1 are the odds. Oh, this is an interesting one, these odds. 3-1 on that he misses, 2-1 that he makes it. Well, bearing in mind the run of 3-3-3 with an eagle and a birdie in there over the last 3 holes, I think the momentum's with him, and he adds another 3. Oh, it didn't break.
Didn't break. How did that not break?
Halfway there, I thought he'd hold it.
The only thing to think of there is it goes down grain and you get a smoother roll. Just... that's amazing. Shows you it's so hard to read sometimes, and they get it on such a fine line.
And the grain really does make a difference to everything. The pace, the break.
Yeah, I don't think it's grain that really turns the ball, but because it affects the pace. Yes, it's the turn, but it's through speed, not through the actual grass itself.
Rosner to get to 4 under par. Well, if you were backing the birdie from the fairway, I said I was tempted. And it is a 3 for Antoine Rosner. Putting together a very tidy back 9, both of these players. 3 under par for the back 9. Both 4 under today as well in the head-to-head. So Marcus Armitage 4 under through 8 holes, 8 under. Nikolai Hogard 8 under as well. Joachim Hansen also out on the course, picking up a birdie at the first. Climb a par at the first. Veerman going nicely. Cyril Hatton, part of our Betcast coverage here at the DP World Tour Championship. On the second page of the leaderboard. Billy Horschel as well going along, Antoine Rosner. So all of these players that we're watching today improving their positions, as you said at the start of the day, Warren, the lucky omen of the European Tour Betcast.
Yes, indeed. I think we seem to bring them good fortune. Let's hope it continues.
Tommy Fleetwood, just the 1 under par for his round today through 11, tied 31st.
Yeah, 30 yards Zalatoris has on Hatton. No birdies. You look at me rather strangely. What have I done wrong?
Well, I was thinking that when we saw the graphic. I think that might have been made up before Antoine Rosner just rolled in his putt previously.
Yeah.
So it can be done. That pin can be got at. Hatton's got a decent look here.
I think he likes it. Oh, and he's got a decent... Oh, I thought he was going to get a decent kick and he didn't. Oh, wait for the reaction now. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Don't you just love watching Hatton?
There are some players in the game that you just know whatever happens, you're going to get entertainment when you watch them.
Yeah. Longest drives today. 14, 15 and 16, all by this man Zalatoris. 375 on the 14th. That was no slouch of a hit, but got to make use of it. Ball below his feet here. Just let this one slide in from the left. And they'll both be awkward little chip shots.
Yeah, Zalatoris especially, that little bit further from the putting surface is off a little bit of a downslope. Makes it even trickier.
It's easier pin location today to get out on 16 in terms that it's away from the water, but the actual shelf that it's cut on is pretty small, so you do have to be spot on. Spot on for yardage, strength of shot.
Went to Wake Forest in North Carolina to play his college golf with Zalatoris. Arnold Palmer was also a Wake Forest man, wasn't he?
Yep. There's been a few good players on the tour coming from that university. Lanny Watkins was Wake Forest too, I think. He was some play, could play quickly.
Horschel and Rosner on the 17th tee. Oh, well, you can see it's overtaken the 9th today as the hardest ranked hole. And is that to do with the pin position, Warren?
It's always pretty tricky. Pin back left today, right in the back top left shelf. Strange, I thought they might have saved that for round 4. Normally back left is traditionally the one where I've seen the flag, I think.
Just see a little bit of movement behind the players in that tree as well. And we've got a nearest the pin market. Rosner the favourite, 10-9 on. Billy Horschel 6-5. 15-2 for neither player to find the putting surface.
It's actually not a bad bet. It's got some value, that. Only by how awkward that pin is. Trying to force the ball all the way to the back. Very easy if you just go a little left, catch the left bunker. Can just slide away and it drift off the right side.
That's the prize. If there's an ace, first player to get a hole-in-one on this 17th wins the BMW M8. Not sure that pin position is one that's going to yield a hole-in-one, though.
Don't think we've ever had a hole-in-one on this hole in the DP world.
BMW obviously don't want to give their car away. Hand off the club very quickly. It's on the putting surface, but a mighty long way from the hole. One putter here for Zalatoris.
Well, this is very unusual. It's going to bobble all over the place. Do you know, wouldn't that have been amazing if you'd have holed that? Wouldn't have taken much more. Little Hardy was right on line.
So, a lot of real estate between the ball of Antoine Rosner and the hole for Billy Horschel to find here to claim that nearest the pin market.
Seems to have a lot of thoughts go through the head. This kind of pre-shot drill routine. It's almost like there's a checklist. Pilots before they take off.
Go hard. Go hard.
Not on the green.
No, so it is closer to the hole, but not on the green, so therefore Antoine Rosner will take the win in that nearest the pin market.
Also a putter for Hatton, so he's learnt from Zalatoris. This is the way to do it. Putted it straight through the break. It's unlucky because he got right where the fringe grass and the green meet. Got to shoot forward, literally one bounce further on, and he's fine. So he got a really good break off the tee and an unlucky break with the second.
Well, they say these bits of good and bad fortune in sport tend to even themselves out over a long period of time. They even themselves out pretty quickly there.
I might dispute that. from personal experience. Trouble is, I bet no one ever keeps the data on themselves in terms of a year. How many good breaks you have and how many bad?
Well, I tell you what, if there's any man who's going to have any kind of data like that or start collecting it, strokes gained, good or bad fortune, I think. That could be one for the future for you, Warren.
Yeah. Be quite hard to measure though, wouldn't it?
It really would. Collin Morikawa there, a birdie at the first, and he's suddenly just one shot off the lead.
You know, what would you call it if your ball bounced a bunker and then went out of bounds?
That's a very good point. The other one I think of in whether it's good or bad luck is if you absolutely rattle a chip at the hole, it hits dead centre of the flagstick but pops out, doesn't drop in. Is it good fortune that it's hit the flagstick rather than going miles past, or bad fortune that you've hit the middle of the flagstick and it's not dropped in?
Yeah.
I'll leave the intricacies up to you, Warren.
Yeah, that's why it's very difficult.
So, it's looking increasingly unlikely that Billy Horschel will be able to put pressure on Collin Morikawa at the top of those Race to Dubai standings. Morikawa at 9 under par now, Billy Horschel 4 under, so a 5-shot difference. As Horschel just comes to the end of his third round as Morikawa's heading out onto the course.
Did you see what happened to Morikawa yesterday on this hole, the 17th? Pushed his tee shot, hit the water hazard yellow post and bounced back into play. Could have easily gone into the water.
It's better to be lucky than good, and even better to be both.
And he made par after that too.
So putter already in hand for Horschel, even though he's just on the apron of the green, just in some fairway grass. And now he wants his 60-degree wedge.
Why would you want a 60-degree wedge when you're that close to the hole? That's a lot of loft to have when you're not that far away. Interesting. Very interesting.
Plenty of highlights in Horschel's career, of course, the 2 big wins that we already mentioned this year, the topping of FedEx Cup rankings in 2014. But only one major top 10 in his career, tied 4th at the 2013 US Open. Somewhat surprising.
It is surprising, that, isn't it? But maybe having a better end, well, not end to his career, but as he matures, his play is getting better. Maybe we'll have even more. He's just a late developer. Now, this is really going to be a slow putt. Not only is it uphill, but it's into the grain the entire way.
Almost needs a bit of wrist break in the backswing here.
Yeah, might need a full backswing. Again, as we've said, his long pace putting has been exceptionally good so far today.
Oh, it's a 66 to 1 shot. 7 out of 10?
Well,
7.5.
It's only 2 putt. It's yeah, I'd give that 8.5 out of 10 really from where he was. Yeah, it's 60-degree wedge. I would never see this myself as the shot to play with such a loft, because you've got to hit it so hard. You're going to have to carry it further up the green. Normally I'd have it just pitching on the front edge and running out, but each to their own. I suppose the one thing, you take a lot of loft like that, pitch it further up, you know you're going to get the spin. But the execution's got to be perfect. I'd just like to see the ball rolling. I feel you've got more chance of it, less backspin and rolling towards the hole than a lot of spin.
Yeah, often an easier shot to play with the straighter face blade and a more predictable outcome in terms of the strike, the spin and the release. But yeah, that's 4 threes in the last 5 holes for Billy Horschel.
But the last hole he's played in 5-7. Not that I'm saying anything.
Rosner for his par after that really long approach putt.
Yeah, nice few putt there.
His long putting has been really very good indeed.
We both hit really solid irons. Yeah, we made this thing score.
Good camaraderie out there between Horschel and Rosner. Good to see.
How far have we got, Michael? 2 yards to the hook. Yeah. The cutter's going to be 97. That's straight line with that. 209 to the back base, so. That's 4 on the left side, that's it.
So we've got the over-under on 10.5 feet here. 28 to 1 on for over 10.5 feet. I mean, this is a really tough one to get it close to. He's been inside 10 feet 3 times out of 16 so far in round 3, but it would take something truly special to get it that close here. Oh, a cat getting involved and a good shot as well.
At least it wasn't a catastrophe for him. Sorry, just couldn't resist. I apologise.
Oh, the worst thing is I quite liked it, Warren. Hatton would have liked the result of that. Another little look. Starts laughing, and that's why the little moggy makes its way across the tee. And a good result. That's not going to be inside 10.5 feet for Hatton. But still a very good shot. Zalatoris 10 to 1 to get it inside 10.5 feet. Only needed a couple of yards more.
I thought it was going to be a copycat shot from Zalatoris there, but didn't happen.
All right, that one wasn't as good.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I enjoyed the catastrophe, but... And that's the view back from the 18th fairway down to the tee. Longest drive hole, Rosner 11 to 8 favourite, 13 to 5. Neither of them hit. You've got to go with Rosner here, certainly the more powerful player, as long as he can hit the fairway. Horschel does statistically hit 10% more fairways than Rosner, though.
Different proposition for the players today. Moved the tee up 48 yards. Pin today right in the very back section. It's up 42 paces on the green, back right.
I like a bit of brown wood chips in the distance.
So this means the water down the right is in play. If they wanted to, they could carry over the creek and go up the right-hand side if they wanted to, but that would require something very special. Bunkers very much in play down the left.
Oh, what a great swing there, buddy.
Yeah, you mentioned the chat between the two, the camaraderie. What a great swing there, buddy, from Billy Horschel. He's absolutely spot on. That's a great shot from Rosner. You get the feeling he'd be a lot of fun as a playing partner, Horschel.
Yep. Yes, he seems very good with the people he plays with. Be good for a pro-am partner, wouldn't he?
You see the double bogey yesterday. I have loved the way that Billy Horschel has thrown himself into getting involved on the European Tour this season.
Well, let's hope he can throw himself into when he becomes the World Tour next year.
Oh, I'm sure he will, and many others as well. Dreaded straight one when playing for a bit of shape, and I think that one has found the second bunker. So decision made for the second shot. Horschel will be laying up from there.
Back right. Oh no, so we were just there. Obviously yesterday was middle back. So back right. So it's on that shot. Yes, sir. Yeah.
West Ham United golf bag that Billy Foster has. He is a West Ham fan. Loves his football and his soccer. Follows Florida Gators college American football team as well. He's a proud graduate of the University of Florida.
Well, he hasn't had much luck with the putter in his hand. Let's see if he can try and chip one in Zalatoris for his birdie.
Oh my God.
And he's obviously expecting that one to kick on a little more. Just stood up on its end, coming into that bit of grain.
Looks like a nice spot for a drink.
Well, talking about Billy Horschel being a good guy to play with, actually Tyrrell Hatton would be an excellent chap to play with, wouldn't he? Make you feel, well, if he was playing well, you'd enjoy it. If he was a little bit explosive, it would be kind of, I think, amusing.
As a golfer myself who tends to err on the running hot side of things, it'd be nice if someone was a bit more that, make you feel a little bit better about yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were having a good chat, good conversation on the green there, Zalatoris and Hatton having a little bit of a joke. But now it's down to the serious side, so okay, put that aside. Now focus on what you have to do. You can't be fully focused for the 4 hours that you're out there. Some days 5 hours if it's a 3-ball. So a lot of break from right to left.
17 feet. He's putting pretty well by and large today, Cyril Hatton. Oh, hello, hello. Oh, in it goes, another one hold. There have been frustrations from him with the odd misstrike, but actually he's playing really well. The putter's working. That 2 there, and he's 5 under par for the round, 6 under for the tournament. And well worth another look, aiming a long way right, Warren.
It is 4th 2 on this hole in all the years that he's played round here. So they're not easy to come by. Had 3 bogeys, so now statistically he is under par for the 17th.
So just the 56 yards between Billy Horschel and Antoine Rosner's tee shots. Of course, Horschel robbed of a little bit of distance by finding that bunker. And it is even Stevens in the head-to-head. Both these players 4 under for the round, but advantage Rosner here on the 18th.
Or just be okay. Or is he?
I don't think he will have reached the creek that runs up this hole there, but it is a long way back for his third. Prime position off the tee, Rosner. Odds on to make birdie or better at 6 to 5. 256 yards to go. Evens for a par. What do you think, Warren?
Oh, I think birdie, really. You've got to be looking at birdie. I mean, 256, the flag's on 42, so what's that, 210 to the front, which is probably coming uphill 4-iron to the front edge, maybe a 5-iron, a little bit down breeze, so to the hole. Does he go with a hybrid? 3 wood's way too much club.
119th in the world rankings at the moment, the Frenchman.
He's going to go probably with the 3-iron here. He's got the long iron. Take it over the water down the left, cut it to the right flag. Thing is here, he doesn't want to miss it away to the right. But it means if you start it left, you've got a longer carry over the water. Just waiting up there for the green to clear.
Much agreed, I think. Just in the group ahead, he's finished off with a par for a 68 today.
So you see the red stakes there, the water. That's almost where he'll be aiming. Try and knock it over those red stakes. Bit of height, cut it into the right flag. Now the last iron shot he hit didn't actually catch all that well. He doesn't want to hit one of those on this hole, otherwise he'll be in the creek. Not sure I like where he's aiming this. He's aiming this one right of the flag by 10 yards. So is he trying to draw this one up the green? Set it off to draw it. It's going left.
Splash.
I just didn't see that shape coming up the hill.
Well, it's that one that you mentioned earlier. You set up with your feet and your body aiming to the left, and then you're almost trying to drag it back on line if you're not trying to play the draw, if you think you're aiming straight, and it's exactly what he's done.
It's into a little bit of breeze. You can see the flag on the right, so maybe that's what he was thinking. I'll draw it up into the hill, but
this week on the Life on Tour podcast, we are joined by Race to Dubai contender and the BMW PGA champion Billy Horschel, who we've enjoyed watching today, chasing glory on the Earth course to win the season-long points race. Billy chats with Ewan Porter on his 2021 season, prep for this week, beating Rory McIlroy at the Walker Cup, his love of West Ham and much more. Download and subscribe to the Life on Tour podcast on all major platforms.
Third shot now for Horschel, 244 all up, so about 200 to the front of the green. So wanting this to draw a bit, and well, not in the water, but again no easy chip. Well, at the moment they're struggling to make par on the last.
Yeah, a bit topsy-turvy this one. Stood on the tee, or after the tee shots, you thought Rosner's the favourite to win the hole and the match, therefore. Now it's completely changed.
One good last tee shot required for Hatton. Driven the ball well today. Find the fairway, Tyrrell.
Is it going over those bunkers? It is.
He might still be able to get up from there.
bits of that thicker bladed grass up there though, Warren, but it looks to be lying pretty well.
Par and double bogey on this hole so far, so not great memories for the debutant.
Yeah, it was a bogey, double bogey finish for Zalatoris yesterday. Well, he's gone one better on 17 today with the par.
Don't like the look of this.
Well, it's good now.
It's very good now. He won't know how good it is, I don't think. Can't see from where he is on the tee. Someone will have to wave to him to say thumbs up's okay.
So Sam Horsfield hits the front at 11 under par through a couple of holes. Lowry and Catlin parring to begin their assault on the third round. So as we stand now, Rosner dropping for 3, so his next shot will be 4th, looking to get up and down to save his par. Horschel
played 3 up and down to save his
up
par.
and down to save his par.
But I would say Rosner's probably got the easier shot coming from the other side. More green to work with. This man's chipping on a downslope. There's Nicholas Colsaerts, who's out with that group for the feature groups.
Rosner's ball in a watery grave, unfortunately.
Don't think he'll be playing that one.
Possibly not. It is surprisingly shallow, the water down there, though. Very tempting to have a little paddle.
Oh, yeah. Get your feet cool. And the thing about being at a penalty area like this, you can go back as far as you like on the line that it crossed.
Yeah, the green is a bit above the level from where he's playing now as well.
Just on a slight downslope here, so slightly de-lofting the face of the club, hands forward in low and skipping.
Just dug in and popped a little bit on that second bounce as much as anything, as much as the first. He is 65th on the European Tour in strokes gained around the green, Antoine Rosner. We'll be relying on the putter now.
Much harder shot for Horschel and not on the green for 4.
So, advantage back to Rosner. Horschel was the slight favourite to shoot the lower round of the 2 at the start of the day. As you would expect, really.
He's gone 5-7 on this hole. Now looking at staring the face 6. Unless he can hole a pretty much a monster putt. All they can do back there is wait. They're wondering what's going on. They're playing a little bit of ping pong around the green.
I mean, what a position Zalatoris has got himself into off the tee. I'm so impressed with his driving today. He's hit some absolute monsters and has actually been pretty straight as well. He's found a lot of the fairways.
Yeah, and when he hasn't missed by much, just got the odd bounce where it's kicked it from the fairway, like 10 actually pitched it on the fairway and it ran off. Well, he holed a monster putt for an eagle on the 14th on the par 5. This is where the course maybe says, well, I gave you one there, you have to give me one back. Unless downhill but into grain. And it is going to be a 6, so after the 7 on this hole yesterday, it's going to be a 6 today.
Yeah, 3 over par for the week through 3 rounds on 18, not getting the job done, unfortunately, for Billy Horschel. A little shake of the head there. Some not too positive self-talk going on, I think, as well. So Rosner then has this to save his par and to win the match in the 2-ball head-to-head betting against playing partner Billy Horschel.
Well done, gets his nose in front. Well, they both had identical scores coming into this round, 74 and 70 apiece, but he's chalked up the 68 today. Billy Horschel will have this for 69.
Yeah, disappointing closing bogey for Horschel. So Rosner with that 4 under par round today, 4 under for the tournament in a tie for 27th as things stand. Billy Horschel a shot worse off in a tie for 36th.
Good rugby game tonight.
Zalatoris, 279 yards to the pin.
See what he's doing here, aiming well left, so he is intending to cut this ball.
I'm going birdie or better, knock it on the green, couple of putts.
He set it right of where he was aiming. Okay, no easy up and down from there.
I'd like to rescind my previous prediction. Interested to see what kind of short game shot he plays from there as well, because we haven't seen him have to scramble around the greens too much because he simply hits so many of them in regulation. And when he has been around the greens, a couple of interesting choices. We saw him hit the putter from just over 16 previously. So that's the projected standings in the race to Dubai right now. So if the tournament were to end as things are, Collin Morikawa would be the first American to top the race to Dubai, and Sam Horsfield, who currently is alone in the lead at 11 under par, would catapult himself right up to 4th place in the final standings.
Laid up just down the fairway, down the right side. Tyrrell Hatton, 136 left to the flag. Pretty sensible play, really, from the top of the bunker. Obviously didn't fancy being able to get home. Should be just a nice full wedge.
Yeah, there's plenty up there right now.
Uphill into a bit of breeze.
12 to 5 birdie or better if he can get up and down from here. 9 to 4 on the par. He's been good with this shot. He's holed his putts when given the chance. I like 12 to 5 for Hatton to complete the birdie finish.
Yep, nicely done. Every chance of making 4 from there, especially the way he's been putting today.
Rory Mcilroy up to 10 under. He started bogey, birdie today, the Northern Irishman. Marcus Armitage and Nikolai Højgaard continue to move in the right direction as well.
Yeah, McIlroy playing with Morikawa. Both 1 under through 3, but Morikawa just with the single birdie on the first. Now, what do you think he's going to do here? Kit, where's he going to pitch this? All the way to the hole? Or is he going to use the fringe to try and slow it down?
I think he has to try and use the fringe to slow it down, in all honesty.
I don't think the high shot all the way to the base of the hole. Pitch it somewhere around about where Tyrrell's ball is, maybe just past Tyrrell's ball, with a lot of height. I almost get the feeling to pitch it on that fringe grass, you've got to hope to get the right kick away to the right as well. Feeling you've got to go the whole hog here. Into a bit of breeze.
Well, the size of the practice swing perhaps tells us he is going to try and fly it the whole way.
Yeah. Landed about 5 or 6 feet short of the pin. Oh, dug it in. Dug it into the ground. That's a... I would say that was almost a bit of a fluff shot. Played out like some of these putts. Almost long backswing and just decelerated. You can't do that with wedges. You've got to have acceleration through the ball.
Yeah, even the practice swings were long back, short through, and that's not what you want to see, really.
And even if you have a long, slow backswing, you can be long and slow through the ball, as long as the through the ball is a slight bit of acceleration. Got to keep the club head moving, consistent pace.
This is no gimme 2-putt here now either, coming out of that bit of apron grass onto the downslope. Got to give it enough to get it through there and on the right line, but don't want it carrying too much pace as it gets to the putting surface. So in the head-to-head, as we look at Hatton here, 11-8 on, but he misses it, but it's 21-20 on that he makes, so not a lot between that. Hatton has got the match bet between these two absolutely wrapped up. He's 5 under for the day. Zalatoris 2 under, at best making a par here. Hatton with this for birdie. Hatton averages 3.91 birdies per round on the PGA Tour in the most recent full season. This would be an 8th of the day today, though.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a showman, Hatton. Grandstand finish. Been putting well. He'll certainly be fancy his chances with this. Yes, showman finished. Well done, Tyrrell Hatton.
He delivers. The young fans love it, and it's a birdie finish for a 66 for Tyrrell Hatton. That moves him up to 7 under par for the tournament, currently in a tie for 14th. A very good day at the office for the Englishman.
Well, he had shot 63 round here before. 63, 64 tomorrow. Who knows what the leaders will do? He gets his par, but I'm glad the Betcast has produced one of the lowest scores of the day every time we've been covering it.
Absolutely. So 70, 73, and that's 70 for Will Zalatoris here on the European Tour Betcast. He's 3 under for the tournament and tied 37th as well, alongside Billy Horschel.
I need to get
scorecard out. Thank you.
Good stuff from Tyrrell Hatton. Lucky fan getting his ball there. Signatures all round. Great to see that, inspiring the next generation.
Well played, by the way. Thank you. Amazing shot. Thank you. Okay.
So that is how things stand in the DP World Tour Championship right now. A thrilling afternoon in prospect. The leaders getting well into their rounds now, and it's Sam Horsfield, Shane Lowry and John Catlin tied at 11 under par. Rory Mcilroy just a shot back. Thanks for joining us today on the European Tour Betcast. We will see you again for final round action tomorrow.
Did you see my crew still there?
Pardon?
See,
no. Who were you with? Guy?
Yeah, Guy.
No, Guy wasn't there on the 18th.